Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the February 12th meeting of the Larimer County Planning Commission. It's our tradition to start each hearing with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd ask everybody to join me. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. My name is Patrick Rowe. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission. Thank you for joining us this evening. Copies of the agenda are on the wall by the door if anyone needs those. We'd ask everybody to please mute their cell phones. The Planning Commission members are all volunteers. And I'm going to ask each member to introduce themselves, starting with Commissioner Weiss. John?
Yeah. I'm John Weiss. I've been on the commission since July of last year, and I live in Timnath.
Sorry, everyone, that I was late. My name is Shelby King. I live in LaPorte, and I have been on the commission since July of 23.
Yeah.
I'm John Slutsky, and I live in southeast Fort Collins. I've been on the commission for 3 years.
My name's Nick Cassidy. I live in Fort Collins, and I've been on the commission since last July.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jordiana Barrick. I live just north of Fort Collins, and I've been on the Planning Commission for 5 years now.
Good evening. My name is Adam Eggleston. I live in southeast Fort Collins, and I've been on the commission since July of last year.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Connor Duffy. I've been on the commission for 2.5 years now, and I live in the Timnath area.
And I'm Patrick Rowe, and I live in Northwest Fort Collins, and I think this will be the start of my 4th year.
Chair Rowe, we do have Commission Member Cholet joining us virtually.
Oh, great. Yeah, Commissioner Cholet.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't be there with you tonight. My name's Lisa Cholet. I live in Wellington, and I've been on the Planning Commission since December of 2023.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. Jenny Axmaker is the planning manager. Ms. Axmaker, would you please introduce the staff in attendance and provide meeting protocol for this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joining me at the dais, we have Christine Luckison from the County Attorney's Office, Scott Bitton, our environmental planner. We have Principal Planner Cassidy Fior. We have members of our planning admin team. We have Melissa Brusky, and we have Ryan Oswaldell. I mess that up every time. My apologies. Across the way, we are joined by Planner Danielle Rymanis. We have Stephen Rothwell and Tracy Shambeau from our engineering department, as well as Leah Schneider from the health department. We respectfully request, as the chairman mentioned, that all members of the public silence their electronic devices. Please help yourself to a copy of the agenda by the door. And if you're joining us via Zoom, you can find that agenda located on our website at larimer.org/BOCC/commissioners-meetings. Because this is a larger hearing, we do have a sign-up sheet that will be used for public comment, and time limits will be implemented by the chair. For each discussion item tonight, we will begin with a presentation from county staff, followed by a presentation from the applicant, with time for any clarifying questions from the commissioners. There will then be an opportunity for any members of the public to address the commission with their comments on the matter. Please sign up if you wish to make a public comment, and the time limit this evening that the chair has implemented will be 3 minutes for comments tonight. Both the applicant and county staff will have an opportunity to respond to any questions or concerns raised during public testimony, but please be aware that if you ask a question during your comments, it will not be answered while you're making your comments. It won't be answered until after all public comment has been completed. The commission will then ask any remaining questions of the applicant or staff before entering into deliberation and working towards a decision on the matter. During public comment, please wait to speak until you're recognized by the chair. Please maintain civility, refraining from audience applause, comments, or disruptions, whether positive or negative. If folks are disruptive from the meeting, they will be asked to leave. Please direct all comments to the commissioners from the podium. A portable microphone is available if needed. Please state your name at the beginning of your comments and provide the spelling of your name if it's uncommon or unique. Please speak directly into the microphone so that remote participants joining us on Zoom may hear. For hybrid meeting attendees, you will be muted until you are recognized by the chair. If an online attendee wishes to speak or requests that a consent item be removed, please use the raise your hand function on the Zoom control bar or *9 on your phone. Upon request, we do have assisted listening devices available for the hearing impaired. We have one item on the consent agenda tonight and one item on the discussion agenda. Just as a reminder, if the Planning Commission has a legal question during the hearing, they may elect to go into an executive session with the county attorney. Executive sessions are private meetings where the board can get confidential legal advice. So rather than asking everyone in attendance to exit the hearing room, the board will relocate to a smaller private room. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Axmaker. I have some brief comments about the role of the Planning Commission for the audience. The Planning Commission acts as an advisory board to the Larimer County Commissioners. We review and make recommendations on land use issues outside of town and city boundaries. Some land use decisions will also be heard by the Board of County Commissioners. We come to these meetings and hearings unbiased and listen to staff's report, public testimony, as well as information provided by the applicant. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making authority for location and extent reviews, as well as amendments to and approvals of the Larimer County Master Plan, sub-area plans, and amendments. The Planning Department staff provides us with a comprehensive package of information on each land use application and plan amendment. We gain insight from information, the viewpoints that you all provide, so we appreciate your attendance and participation. So thank you again for attending. We'll next move into public comment on the county land use code or regarding relevant land use matters that are not on the agenda or future proposals. So if you have some land use comments that don't pertain to an item on tonight's agenda but would like to speak, if you'd please indicate so by raising your hand. And seeing none here, is there anyone online who wishes to speak to on a land use matter not on tonight's agenda?
As a reminder, if you're online and you wish to make comment, please use the raise your hand function or *9.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so next we'll turn to our consent calendar. The consent agenda items are meant to be non-controversial, routine, and will not be discussed unless requested by a commissioner or member of the audience. The consent agenda will be voted on as a whole, which tonight's is just a single item. This allows us to focus and spend more time on discussion items. And I might just switch the order of this, but I'm just first going to ask does anyone in the audience wish to pull an item on the consent agenda for a full hearing? Seeing no raised hands here. Anyone online?
If you'd like to remove an item from the consent agenda, please use the raise your hand function or *9 now.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. And then next, same question, but for my fellow planning commissioners, anyone who wishes to pull an item on tonight's agenda? Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, since I have several questions, I'd like to pull it for discussion.
Okay. And I apologize. I probably should have actually read and said exactly what the consent calendar consisted of, but it's the single item. It's the Johnstown 1041 raw water pipeline, file number 24 zone 3722. So I'll just give one more opportunity for anyone in person or online if you wish to pull. So the item's been pulled. So we'll put that after our discussion item this evening and go from there. Okay, so Next is discussion items. We have a single item on tonight's discussion calendar, so it's the Platte River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit, file number 24 zone 3715. Is there a presentation from staff this evening?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, so given that there will be a number of 1041 items discussed tonight, as well as additional 1041 items on next week's agenda, I did feel that it might be applicable to go through just a general what are 1041 regulations very briefly before launching into the presentation on Platte River Power application specifically. So what are 1041 regulations? 1041 regulations give local governments the authority to regulate matters of statewide concern. They include the development of regional transportation and utility infrastructure, and they can also be used to protect specific geographic areas with historical, cultural, or natural resources of statewide importance. They include a variety of regulated activities, including new and converted power plants, reservoirs, and pipelines. The 1041 process is quite lengthy, but occurs in a very short period of time. So it begins with a pre-application conference, application submittal, a completeness review, staff review, and then notice of hearings before arriving at where we're at tonight, which is the Planning Commission hearing. The Planning Commission holds a hearing to provide a recommendation to the county commissioners on the 1041 permit application, and notice is provided at least 14 days before the hearing date. After the Planning Commission hearing, there will be a Board of County Commissioners hearing, followed by a decision, and if approved, a technical review where the project may be required to submit more detailed design, engineering, and construction information so county staff can ensure that all permit conditions have been met. The technical review process is not subject to a public hearing, and no public notice is required at that point in time. The purpose of tonight's meeting is a public hearing of both applications with opportunity for public input. The Planning Commission will make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for each application, with the Board of County Commissioners making the final decision at an upcoming Board of County Commissioners land use hearing. And with that, I'll begin my presentation specific to 24-Zone 3715, the Platte River Power Authority 1041 application. The request is a 1041 review of a permit application for an activity of state interest pursuant to Article 10 of the Larimer County Land Use Code. Platte River Power Authority, or PRPA, is requesting 5 new aeroderivative combustion turbines, proposed natural gas with potential for future conversion, and related infrastructure including an ammonia storage tank, wastewater storage tank, demineralized water tank, power distribution centers, and a proposed water treatment facility related to that infrastructure. Also included in the application are substation buswork additions, transmission upgrades, and construction staging, laydown, and storage yards. The proposed construction area includes approximately 30 acres of the existing 4,590-acre site, with approximately 32 additional acres included in the application as those laydown areas. This is a general location map of the site located near Wellington. So the actual address is 2700 East County Road 82 in Wellington, and it's located approximately 9 miles northwest of the town itself and 2 miles west of I-25. The specific site being considered for the turbines is part of the broader Platte River Power Rawhide Energy Station property, which is seen outlined in blue on the screen. The owner and applicant is Platte River Power Authority, with representatives here with us today. As I mentioned, the total development area is approximately 30 acres of the existing 4,590-acre site, with those additional acres, 32 acres within the site for the laydown areas for a total of 62 acres. The surrounding land uses are primarily agricultural and rural residential, and the existing zoning, which is not proposed to change, is heavy industrial. The access is provided by County Road 82, also known as Buckeye Road, and both water and sewer are privately managed by PRPA. Fire protection on site is a little bit different than we typically see in the county. So the Platte River Power has on-site emergency response teams, but also partner with Wellington Fire Protection District and Poudre Fire Authority, and they're also part of a mutual aid program with 10 different fire districts. A little bit about PRPA, although the applicant will be providing more detail in their presentation. They're a not-for-profit, community-owned public power generation and transmission utility, which provides energy and services to the Colorado communities of Estes Park, Fort Collins, Longmont, and Loveland for delivery to their distribution utility customers. PRPA owns and operates Rawhide Energy Station, which is the subject of tonight's application. And the applicants have indicated that the intent of this application is that the new dispatchable turbines will complement their existing renewable generation on an as-needed, on-demand basis when accounting for wind and solar source output. This is a site plan, and I apologize for those in the audience. It's probably difficult to see from back there, but it is available as attachment A in the agenda packet, which just shows the proposed infrastructure on site. These are some site photos of the existing site without the proposed changes, which includes the fire training area and pond, as well as the existing turbines on site, which you can see in the background. This is a visual simulation provided by the applicant as part of their application packet. Again, there are additional simulations available in the agenda packet themselves. This is view from the southeast facing northwest. The application process, like I mentioned, has been going on for a while. So a pre-application meeting was initially held on April 16th, 2024. A neighborhood meeting was held by the applicant on August 14th, 2024 with staff in attendance at the Wellington High School. Notice was provided for that meeting by the applicant via postcards to all property owners located within 3 miles of the Rawhide Energy Station property boundaries, as well as event flyers that were distributed in community locations in the town of Wellington. A further pre-submission meeting was held with county staff on August 29th, 2024, with the application submitted on October 17th, 2024. The application was deemed complete on December 13th, 2024, which kicked off the review period, bringing us to the hearing today. What did we review as staff? These items are all available as part of the agenda packet and online in our EnerGov system. I'm not going to read through all of them, but there were a number of technical documents, and I apologize for the length of the agenda packet that was provided. There are also some responses provided by Platte River Power Authority, as well as referral agency comments in that packet, and additional modeling review comments from the Colorado Department of Health and Environment. How were community members notified? Community notice was provided to property owners and residents within 500 feet of the subject property by the county. Platte River Power Authority also provided their own postcard notice to adjacent landowners and residents as well. Notice was also provided by posting in a designated area of the county building, by posting on our larimer.org website, through a press release, through newspaper publication in the Coloradoan, and something new that we were trying out is we did have a page on our public input website, which seemed to be very effective, and is the public comments collected through that process are included in your packet as well. So what did we hear? As of 4 p.m. today, we had received a total of 51 comments from members of the public. General concerns include the impact on climate change, air quality, public health, and the use of natural gas. And the visual that you see on screen right now indicates sort of common comments that were collected through that public input tool, as well as negative comments indicated in red, neutral in gray, positive in green, and what sort of number of people commented on those aspects of the application. We sent this application to 22 separate referral agencies, and out of those, 10 agencies responded. The list on your screen indicates with an asterisk which commenting agencies either requested a condition or, as a result of their comments, had a condition included in the recommended conditions of approval. We also sent it to other referral agencies that either provided a response with no comments or did not provide a response. So what did we hear from those referral agencies? Requested conditions of approval were provided by Larimer County Natural Resources and Weed Management, Larimer County Engineering, Larimer County Environmental Planning, Larimer County Health and Environment, and Poudre Fire Authority. Recommended considerations and comments were also received from the City of Fort Collins, although it is located outside their growth management area. The application will also be required to comply with all applicable state-level requirements, although that's not part of the county's jurisdiction, which includes the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And applicant responses have been provided and related conditions of approval incorporated that reflect those referral agency comments. In general, review criteria for approval of all 1041 permits includes 22 items, which can be divided into 10 main themes: resources of state and natural significance, neighborhoods and property, environmental resources, public safety, county planning and IGAs or intergovernmental agreements, Article 4 of the Larimer County Land Use Code development standards, adequate public facilities and services, environmental health and hazards, response to referral agencies, and the technical and financial feasibility of project and mitigation. I don't intend, in the interest of time, to go through every single one of the 22 conditions. However, I have highlighted several that I think would be pertinent to discuss in greater detail, although I'm happy at the end to go back through any conditions that or criteria that you may want to discuss in further detail. The first is that the proposed project is consistent with any applicable intergovernmental agreements affecting land use and development, and I want to recognize that this property was previously subject to an IGA with the county. However, that IGA is no longer in effect. I also want to address criteria E, which is that the proposed project incorporates and reflects the growth, development, and environmental and mitigation policies in the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan, as well as the regulations in Article 4 of the Land Use Code to ensure that development, to the greatest extent possible, has mitigated any impacts to the environment and natural resources, amongst other matters. In particular, I do want to address air quality, as it is staff's understanding that the majority of the project will actually be dealt with through state processes, including a Title V major source operating permit that will be issued by the Air Pollution Control Division of the state. And I know that is a major source of concern for some of the neighborhood comments, and just wanted to address that. And I do have Leah Schneider available from our health department to provide further details as part of questions from planning commissioners. There are a variety of other criteria, and again, I did feel that it was pertinent to address item K, which is that the proposed project will not significantly impact public health and safety. There is a detailed write-up in your agenda packet as to how staff feel that this has been addressed, as well as through the technical documentation and the conditions of approval recommended by staff. Similarly, the recommendations of staff and referral agencies have been addressed to the satisfaction of the county commissioners. While the county commissioners will make the final determination as to whether the recommendations of staff and referral agencies have been addressed to their satisfaction, I do want to reflect that the criteria are directly reflected in the proposed conditions of approval, with each criteria being linked to one of those conditions in your agenda packet. There are also 5 additional review criteria for power plants specifically, which include the project design and location, hazardous substances, project impact, and if the purpose and need for the proposed project are to meet the needs of an increasing population within the county, related to trends in population and development. Lastly, the 5th criteria is specific to wind power plants, which is not part of this application. Staff have found that based on a review of the submitted documentation, the Article 4 development standards in our land use code, Article 10.9.1 criteria for all 1041 permit applications in our land use code, and the Article 10.10.1 additional criteria for power plants, we do feel that the proposed PRPA Rawhide 1041 permit application satisfies all applicable criteria as discussed in detail in this staff report, subject to the implementation of the conditions of approval as recommended by staff. So why do we ask for conditions of approval? Largely, this is to guide the potential future technical review process, to bridge any gaps between the project and the criteria, and to clarify how the project is implemented and operated. In general, we have requested 32 potential conditions of approval for this application, which include general conditions, specific health conditions related to fugitive emissions during construction, turbine construction and overall operational noise, air quality, and hazardous materials. We've also included engineering-specific conditions such as construction, schedule and inspections, construction roadways, construction, drainage and erosion control, and post-construction requirements, including closeout, operation, and maintenance. Lastly, the last section of conditions are wildlife and vegetation conditions, which include a broad variety of matters that we felt were best addressed through technical review, including lighting, wildlife management, and any species at risk. The suggested motion is on the screen, which is that I move that the Planning Commission recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve the application for a 1041 permit for the Platte River Power Authority, Rawhide 1041 permit, file number 24-zone 3715, subject to the conditions of approval recommended by staff and included in your staff report. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bjork. Appreciate that. It's a very substantial application, and we have yet to hear the applicant's presentation, but do any of my fellow planning commissioners have questions of staff at this point or want? Yeah, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. And does staff report, is there an environmental impact report within the staff report that doesn't say environmental impact report?
I think I would defer to Scott Benton on this one as our environmental planner.
There's no specific environmental impact statement. Usually for the Larimer County Land Use Code, it's addressed through Article 4, and then within that would be 441 and 442. That's wetland and wildlife impacts. So, and then a variety of other standards within Article 4. So it's not a specific environmental impact statement, but the land use code requirements altogether.
Okay, and then my second question is, I had some earlier questions that the applicant has responded to. There is mention of a hazardous materials upgrade to their plan. They've noted here, as a condition of approval, they'll provide a hazardous material impact analysis. I'm not sure what the difference is. So maybe you can explain, and whether or not staff has any problem with that, but if you could just distinguish between the two, and if not, maybe the applicant can distinguish between the two.
Absolutely, Commissioner Weiss, and I'm happy to start, although I will defer to Leah Schneider as well, as I believe she has a better understanding of those plans. The applicant did submit a hazard mitigation plan as part of the original submittal, and did commit to providing additional details once detailed design had occurred at that technical review stage for additional details both in the analysis and the plan. My understanding is that the plan sort of identifies what happens if, whereas the impact analysis does a deeper detailed description of what potential impacts could be, but I will defer to both Leah Schneider and the applicant.
And Commissioner Weiss, if I can just circle back to your initial question, environmental impact statement is something that's required by the federal government through the National Environmental Policy Act, and so maybe the applicant can speak to why that was not triggered in this case.
Yeah, Ms. Schneider, did you want to comment?
Yeah, we are looking, Leah Schneider, Health Department. We have asked for an updated, it's almost like it's a plan that's to cover spills, what materials are on site, what to do in a spill event, things like that, safety, PPE, all that. A lot of the materials of some of these situations that they're bringing on the new site, they're going to have to add to that plan, revise it, update it, and that's what they're planning to offer at technical review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions at this point? And if not, yeah, we'd ask the applicant to step forward with on their presentation.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Larimer County. There we go. Good evening, Larimer County Planning Commission. My name is Matt Tribby. I'm a senior air quality engineer for Platte River Power Authority. I have been with Platte River for nearly 7 years, and my primary role is air quality compliance and management of the Rawhide Energy Station. But I've also taken on the role of managing the permitting and compliance component to this project. Before we get into the presentation, we do have a contingent of Platte River and consultant support in the room, so I'll allow them to introduce themselves as well.
Good evening. Great to be with you. Jeremy Collin with Logan Simpson. Good evening. Javier Camacho, Director of Public and External Affairs with Platte River Power Authority.
Hello, I'm Christopher Wood. Senior Manager, Environmental Compliance for Platte River Power Authority.
And I'm Jay Stepanski. I'm a Senior Plant Mechanical Engineer with Platte River.
Good afternoon, Ash Mayfield, Senior Counsel Markets for Platte River.
If I just might interrupt and confirm, Chair Rowe, normally we allow 10 minutes for the applicant presentation. Is that what your preference would be this evening? And just confirming with the applicant, will 10 minutes be enough for your presentation, or would you like to request extra time from the chair?
Yeah, I think if we could request 15 minutes, I think that should allow us to get through the materials if that's okay.
Yeah, that works with me. Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you. So thank you again for your time and consideration this evening on what is a very critical project for Platte River Power Authority. We're very proud to stand before you tonight and present this project and hope that we can provide insight and information as you determine how to decide on this project. So this is the Rawhide Energy Station. It's the Generation Transition Project. And I did first want to acknowledge, we have a full room here tonight. We greatly appreciate the time and commitment that our constituents and the public has provided. We really appreciate the input that everyone has given, and it's allowed us to reevaluate things and make sure that we are doing the right thing with what we're presenting. And at the end of the day, making sure that we are keeping the constituents of Larimer County, and more specifically the members that live in our owner communities, keeping their interests at the foremost, because we do view ourselves not just as a power company, but really a public health service. I think, especially with the weather that we've seen recently, no one really wants the power going out, especially when it's 0 negative temperatures outside. So looking forward to presenting this information tonight. Thank you. We'll kind of start with just why we're here, and I think we'll provide more information about what has led us to this decision. But as county staff have indicated, what we're requesting in our 1041 permit application is the installation of 5 simple cycle natural gas fired aeroderivative turbines. There's a lot of technical terms on that page. Aeroderivative is a very fancy way of saying a jet engine, literally. So it's the same type of technology that you might see on a commercial airliner. And basically, technical companies such as General Electric and other type of companies have been able to take that technology and allow it to be a very efficient and nimble way to provide power as we see the transition of what energy is going to be in the future years. So we're requesting the installation of 5 units. Each unit has a capacity of about 40 megawatts, so that totals about 200 megawatts of total capacity. And I wanted to just highlight that is in alignment, and we'll kind of talk a little bit more about what Unit 1, the coal units, what its retirement and how it plays into this entire project. But it is not a replacement of the coal unit. We describe the coal unit right now as a base load unit, meaning it's on 24/7, providing that constant power. That is not what these units would be intended for. They would really be a supplemental power source to the intermittency that solar, wind, and other renewable sources provide. So we do like to highlight that the addition of the 200 megawatts of dispatchable capacity help complement the addition of up to 760 megawatts of renewable sources, primarily wind and solar. And with that addition comes the intermittency of that technology. The specific technology we're requesting are General Electric GE LM6000 units. And they have been chosen, and we'll talk a little bit more about exactly how we landed there, because they have quite a bit of efficiency and flexibility. And they also have, we've mentioned the potential for hydrogen. And so with that too, we've got additional infrastructure, transmission bus work, as we call it, to make sure that the turbines can connect into our substation and then tie to the greater grid. So I will transition the next part of the presentation to my colleague Javier.
Thank you, Matt. So Matt laid down the foundation for tonight's presentation, but I thought it would be really helpful to really provide the larger context as to why we're here before you this evening. And part of that context is that really important component that all utilities across the country do, which is called resource planning. At Platte River Power Authority, we purchase our hydro allocations from the Western Area Power Administration, WAPA. So because we are a customer of WAPA, we're required to provide an IRP, an integrated resource plan, and they ask us to do that every 3 to 5 years. Historically, we have done that every 5 years, but our board of directors passed a resource diversification policy back in 2018 that really put us on this trajectory of decarbonizing our portfolio. So since then, our CEO has directed staff to submit an IRP every 4 years. We actually submitted our our oldest IRP since then, the 2020 IRP. But because of the pandemic, a lot of changes happened. There were a lot of impacts across many industries across the globe, including the energy industry. So we ended up doing a resource plan update in 2022. Once we concluded that, we ended up starting the process for our 2024 IRP. It's a very long, iterative process that requires a lot of engagement with our community because of the impact that this industry has on the daily lives of our service region, electricity and energy. So this is a plan that we define to help meet our customer demand for the next 10 to 20 years, while also outlining a tactical 5-year plan on how we're going to meet that growing energy demand. And so this incorporates lots of different studies, looking at consumer behavior, emerging technologies, existing technologies, and how they're playing with newer resources, as well as, and something that was new for us in the 2024 IRP was weather forecasting. Because of the vast amount of renewable energy we're adding to our portfolio, and that weather-dependent resources, wind and solar, we needed to look at weather patterns. So that was this IRP, the 2024 IRP, was the very first time that we actually looked at weather forecasting as well. We held a vast number of different community meetings, about 40 within Larimer County alone. We also served parts of Boulder and Weld as well, and we held community presentations there. But really targeting city councils, the 4 municipalities that we serve, community organizations, community advisory and council appointed boards, as well as neighborhood and environmental organizations, really trying to hit on a wide variety of different areas. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jeremy, who will talk through the criteria for the 1041.
Thank you. As Cassidy mentioned, there's a number of criteria that need to be demonstrated, and our presentation does not attempt to cover all of these, because in blue what you'll see is that the majority of these are already satisfied through careful siting on properties owned by the county for heavy industrial uses and that was previously utilized for energy activities. Instead, we'll focus on just 4 tonight: alternatives considered, environment and natural resources, health and safety, and the project's purpose and need. We appreciate very much staff and referral agencies' third-party review. The 22 referral agencies that the application was sent to, the 10 who provided comments, especially the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and the Air Pollution Control Division. We also met with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Regional Air Quality Commission, and received a letter from the county's third-party consultants, KUB. Their independent review found that the application with the subsequent technical review and conditions of approval, and I'll quote, it says, there will be no impacts to surface water quality and stream river health, groundwater quality, the ecological and functional health of wetlands and riparian areas, terrestrial and aquatic animal life, terrestrial and aquatic plant life, and soils and geologic conditions, and will not significantly degrade the environment. Commissioner Weiss, appreciate your question on environmental impact statements. This isn't subject to the National Environmental Protection Act because there's no federal land money or permits being sought. However, we did provide an environmental impact summary in sections 9 and 10 of the application, which is attachment B, I believe, in your packet. In that, then you'll also see attachments for wildlife, wetlands, noise, visual, and a number of other impact statements, so to speak, in those appendices. So to help you place this in proper context, if you're not familiar with the Rawhide Energy Station, the site is located internal to or inside of this facility, and if you can see my mouse on screen, you'll see the coal-fired power plant, 5 gas combustion turbines, substation, Tesla batteries, 500 acres of solar, and a transmission line that brings 225 megawatts of wind energy from southern Wyoming. The alternatives analysis demonstrates that the site was selected using criteria such as land availability, site constraints, infrastructure, etc. And this site is optimal because it provides the ability to construct high voltage transmission and provide security. It's the reuse of a brownfield site, and it can also allow for future expansions of hydrogen infrastructure. The staff had agreed that the reasonable siting, design, and technology alternatives support this preferred and best available alternative, and specifically, quote, the selected option appears to be consistent with the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan and Land Use Code and would meet identified needs and use established technologies and factors in cost and impact on the site, as well as on surrounding properties. And so a site plan is shown in the packet as attachment C, I believe. But it might be sufficient on screen to see it on the left-hand side that my mouse is highlighting in yellow where the project location would be. It is mirrored by 5 combustion existing turbines of a similar size and scale. The new turbines might be similar to those on the right, except that there would be 5 instead of 8. This careful siting simplifies Planning Commission's decision tonight and recommendation, which is to approve the use of land. And this is the one right location on a brownfield zone for heavy industrial use, 1 mile from the closest residence with stringent air quality measures in place.
Thank you, Jeremy. So for the sake of time, there's a lot on this slide, and hopefully that the slides have been provided to commissioners, and we can certainly talk more about some of the information here. But I do want to highlight that to get to this point, a very robust, very detailed assessment involving multiple consultants, multiple studies. I can't remember the amount of iterations some of the models we had to do was, but it was extensive. It was no light task to get to this point to present the project that we have in front of you this evening. And I think the simplest way to try and describe this slide that you're looking at is there's going to be a transitional or an absolute change in the way that the power industry makes power. For so many years, there was a unit, you could control it, you could press a button, you knew the megawatts that were coming out of it. Future generation is going to be provided by sources that will provide the energy that environmental conditions allow. There is the advancement in storage, and we continue to monitor that, and hopefully can kind of continue to see that mature. But what we need is the ability to fill some of the gaps that are maybe created from the intermittent nature of solar and wind. And so when you look at this graphic, natural gas was selected because it allows energy to be pushed out. It allows it to be flexible with the power and the capacity. And it gives us that instantaneous energy, meaning that when we have it, when a cloud hits over and drops our solar, or the wind just stops immediately, we have a source available to fill that gap so reliability is not compromised and allows us to get back to those sources when environmental conditions allow them. So happy to talk about this more, but for the sake of time, I'll kind of move on to the next step. But hopefully it highlights it was a very technical process to get to this, and we're confident that what we're requesting allows us to make the energy transition to renewable sources and firm up the reliability that is so critical to our constituents. I can speak to more the environmental and natural resources impacts. So when you look at this project and the impact that it has specifically on air quality, the sources will be burning natural gas. We will have what they call post-combustion controls in form of SCR and oxidation catalysts, which are specifically designed to control pollutants such as NOx up to nearly 90% and carbon monoxide nearly 60, 70%. So there's drastic reductions that are going to occur. And again, with Unit 1's departure, a large chunk of our emission profile is going to go away. So the numbers that you see on the screen here, when you factor in the emissions that might be associated with predicted future operation of the new turbines, potential additional operation of the existing frame units, but also Unit 1's departure, you can see that we've got across the board for the criteria pollutants or the pollutants that are of concern for the EPA. We've got very large reductions, and we're quite proud of those. I mean, I think the fact that we can confidently say that we'll be well above an 80% reduction of our carbon dioxide equivalent emissions using 2005 as a baseline by 2030 is a huge accomplishment for our industry, and we're very proud of it. Also, to relay some of the other components of the code, so kind of the hazardous materials and impacts to health, I think we'd kind of be repeating some of the other statements that we've made. But in essence, just selecting the Rawhide Energy Station allows quite a bit of minimizing the impact to the land impacts. Again, the new turbines will have post-combustion controls. We did perform air quality modeling through the requirements through CDPHE and the requirements to perform and obtain a state air permit. And we have talked a little bit about the hazardous management plans, and our on-site ERT team does provide some additional safety support. So I'll wrap up the presentation and hand it back over to Javier, and then go from there.
With the remaining time, planning commissioners, what we'll go ahead and capture here in this slide, and I know you can definitely take a look at all the content that we've shared, but really this captures the benefits that this new infrastructure will be able to allow for us to meet that growing energy demand for our service region, while also far exceeding the state goals of decarbonization as we look forward. And so really, because of that sheer amount of renewables that we're adding to our energy portfolio, the wind, the solar, while also taking a look at other technologies like storage, we have to ask ourselves, how will our portfolio be able to work together seamlessly? You see, when one generation resource is no longer producing the power that our customers are demanding in that moment, something else needs to be able to step in immediately. And so that generation portfolio needs to be able to function seamlessly. Our responsibility, while we're trying to achieve and exceed these goals, our responsibility as an electric utility, as a public power, community-owned utility, is to meet the customer demand every millisecond, 365 days a year. We have no choice. When we're switching our base load from a dispatchable carbon-emitting coal resource to these renewable intermittent resources, we have to be able to look at something that could be that shock absorber, allow for that seamless transition between energy resources to happen, and to start and stop, ramp up and ramp down in seconds. With that, we thank you so much for your attention, and we're happy to take some questions.
Yeah, really appreciate your presentation. I know we probably all have a lot of questions, but if there's any just more clarifying questions at this time, and then I'd like to get to public comment, and then we can come back with some more questions for the applicant. Anything for my fellow commissioners that want to? I'll just do a quick one briefly. Unit 1, is that what is that in reference to? Is that's not the coal plant?
Sorry, so Unit 1 is our single coal unit. It's a 280 megawatt coal-fired unit, and it's the baseload unit at Rawhide. So that is required to be retired by the end of 2029.
Gotcha. Okay.
Chair Rowe, point of order. Mm-hmm. Do you want to open questions of the applicant, or do you want the commissioners to hold off on that until after public comment?
Yeah, I think if there's any questions on their presentation that we want to just clarify at this time, I think we can go ahead and do that. But otherwise, I'd like to get to the public probably sooner rather than later, and then we'll kind of take it after them. So.
Lisa has her hand up.
Oh, yeah. Commissioner Chalet?
Thank you, Chair. One quick question. What is the expected, why can't I think of this? Like, what's the lifetime expectancy of these new turbines that you're expecting to use them in this new capacity? Is it 10 years, 20 years, 5 years?
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner. I might default to my colleague, Jay Stepanski. I think he might be able to answer that better than I.
Okay.
It's designed for a 30-year life.
30 years? Thank you.
But with proper upgrades and maintenance, it'll last for your lifetime if it needs to.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. One quick question. So you're proposing several new turbines. When you need these to operate, are you looking to operate them all together or depending as needed? So you might need 1 versus 3 versus all of them.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I think it's going to be dependent upon a lot of variables, but there could very well be scenarios where one aeroderivative turbine is on, all of them are on, and all of them and the frame units, depending on what capacity shortages there are. So it will truly just be on an as-needed basis. There will be some time where we kind of test the system, and so we'll be putting the turbines in various scenarios to make sure they can operationally do what we need them to do. But when the market needs them, it'll be just kind of dependent upon the conditions.
Yeah, Commissioner Cassidy.
And you had mentioned using hydrogen. What is the timeline on being able to use that for these systems?
So we are currently evaluating that topic with the vendors of the turbines. I might, again, default back to my colleague, Jay Stepanski. I know he's been in contact with GE more on that and can probably speak better to it than I.
Yeah, so as far as the timeline goes, it is available to convert at a later date. So they're still doing the engineering work on it. It's obviously an emerging technology. I think the bigger part to point out is that it's easy to combust hydrogen in these units. The harder part is the infrastructure to support that.
Could you elaborate on the infrastructure needed to support that?
Sure. Natural gas is a lot easier to hold maintain. Hydrogen is, quite combustible. It's a very small particle, so it likes to escape. So there's embrittlement concerns, so you have to use a higher grade material, and a lot of safety items as well that go into it. So the main component there would be to either produce it, store it, or transport it, all of which infrastructure that need to happen. So I think all of those items are still somewhat in their infancy.
So when you guys mentioned that the turbines have potential for future conversion, is that what you guys are imagining in the future they could be converted to, or what are the other power sources that you could convert those turbines to use?
The easy part is the combustion part. They can burn a variety of different fuels. They can burn diesel, they can burn gas, they can burn hydrogen, they can burn ammonia, they can burn all kinds of fun things. But the hardest part is that storage component and the transportation component. So that's the technology that has to grow, not so much the actual physical combustion part of it.
Yeah, good. Yeah, please,
More
Commissioner.
questions, if you don't mind. Yeah. Kind of curious about the financial feasibility. Is any of this project related to infrastructure dollars that could be at risk?
From the federal orders?
Yeah.
No, no, that would be completely separate, so no, it would not be at risk.
Just checking on that
Sure.
one.
Good question.
Yeah, Commissioner King.
I'm curious if you've done any research or studies on the potential increase to rates that customers could see over the next however long.
Yes, good question, Commissioner. Thank you. So yes, we absolutely have taken a look at our wholesale rates. So just for context, we are a wholesale provider. So we provide wholesale rates to our 4 distribution utilities, and then they take that into consideration and then craft their retail rate. So we're a portion of that retail rate. But we have done a wholesale rate study. In fact, we have found that after our budget of last year, we ended up reforecasting what those rates were looking like, and have determined, based on the increase of prices both on the renewable side and also just across supply chain and other factors really impacting the acquisition of this infrastructure materials, that the rate needed to be readjusted to a slightly higher. So right now we're forecasting, for this year, it's a 6.3 wholesale rate increase for 2024. What year are we? 2025. And we are forecasting roughly about 6.3% for the next 2 to 3 years. I would have to look at that, and then about 6.2 thereafter. And so we constantly reevaluate what our wholesale rates are on a year-to-year basis, but we are definitely taking a look at that. Something to consider is that we are doing what we can to create, to mitigate rate pressure. So ensuring that we're not seeing, rates spike in one moment's notice, so that way it's unattainable for the end user, for the customers that we serve. But we absolutely have taken a look at that.
Commissioner Duffy, did you have something?
I do just want to provide one additional follow-up to that as well. That part of some of the evaluations we've done did look at a scenario where if there was no new gas provided, and the cost of that transition would be roughly double of what we're looking at right now. So there's financial requirements no matter which path we take.
And when you say the cost of that transition will be double, are you meaning, is that because you have to do more battery storage, or what's the driver behind that?
It primarily would be with storage.
Okay.
Yeah. So there'd be an additional cost with if the turbines aren't available to fill the gaps that solar and wind are creating. Short-term, long-term, whatever storage is available, that would have to be the only option we have at that time, and the cost of that would be reflected there.
Yeah, if I can, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yes, when I spoke about our integrated resource plan earlier, within that plan, we evaluated a variety of different portfolios, and we took a look at, what would the cost impact be if we emphasize more on one resource over another. And so we did look at, what would it look like if we were to not have any new carbon. So we just continue to work off of our current CT units that we have at Rawhide Energy Station, and really ramped up battery storage. Right now, the proven technology that we're looking that is out there that utilities can take advantage of is short duration battery storage. It would just be
exorbitantly expensive for us to acquire that many batteries to get us through what we would call a dark calm, right? Like a winter storm Uri, 3 to 5 days without sun or wind, and if that's what your portfolio has. We looked at, of course, we're looking at long duration battery storage. It's not a viable technology at the moment, but that definitely was a major driver. And not to say that we're not pursuing short duration battery storage, but looking at how to balance that so that way we're not seeing that huge effect on wholesale rates.
One other thing about
Yeah, Commissioner King, yeah.
have you guys thought about what you'll do with the power plant once it's just completely obsolete? I mean, if we are eventually transitioning away from burning things to create energy, then presumably it'll be just decommissioned, a stranded asset someday. And what happens and how long until? What have you planned for that?
So I'll start, and if my colleague Jace, who works at our energy station, needs to jump in, but we find that the diversity of our Rawhide energy station will always have a purpose. As we showed on the slide earlier, it has a variety of energy resources that exist out there right now. We have our solar. We have a major substation as part of our portfolio that helps interconnect our wind, which is about 225 megawatts of wind. We are also looking at, we're building out a solar array in Severance, Colorado called Black Hollow Solar. And we've built a substation out there that will have to interconnect through our Rawhide Energy Station substation as well. So it'll continue to serve a vital purpose as we move forward. If in some future we find that burning anything is no longer needed, we will still absolutely still have that need. Also, but looking at the aeroderivative turbine technology, something that I did not get to speak to more in detail on this slide is how it offers itself as a shock absorber when it comes to renewable energy. So the moment when, as Matt mentioned, if there's cloud cover and solar stops producing immediately, but then that cloud moves away and solar starts producing again, you need something to be able to balance out that grid. Because if you overpower the grid, you can actually damage the actual infrastructure, transmission lines, transformers, substations, distribution lines. So there needs to be a constant balance in how our grid functions, and what we're proposing here today with these turbines would allow for that shock absorber to also serve that purpose.
And so can this option turn on and off that quickly? I guess you mentioned like a cloud going on.
Yes, that is correct. In fact, Jace has the more specific numbers. I'm sorry, Jason, would you be able to just describe?
Yeah, so one other thing I'd like to mention first before I answer that question, kind of what Javier was talking about a little bit. One of the other interesting benefits that these aeroderivatives have is a clutch, so they can actually decouple the turbine from the generator, and you can use that generator to create inertia and to maintain grid stability. So you don't have to be combusting anything at all to be able to maintain that. And one downside of both solar and wind is they cannot maintain a grid without some big inertia that spins. So the generator itself can do that. So even in the great future, where we are combusting nothing, those generators can still be used for that. So that's one really nice benefit. And then to answer the other question, as Matt was mentioning earlier, they are just literally a jet engine. So that's what they're designed to do, is to start up really fast, to shut down really fast. So they can be at full load, 40 megawatts in 5 minutes. They can be tied to the grid, producing megawatts in 2 minutes. They can ramp at 30 megawatts a minute. So that's where their benefit is. So that cloud comes over, you can fire those up incredibly quickly and balance.
Yeah. This is more out of curiosity, yes, but the idea is that they would be kind of spun up without a load, and then the cloud hits it, and then you can immediately kind of generate. Is that kind of how that would work? Or
I don't think you'd leave them spun up like that, but in theory you could, yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Chair, this is Commissioner Cholet. I had my hand up. You couldn't see me. Can I?
Yeah, please.
Can I chime in here? It's weird when you're the only one not there.
Yeah.
Can I, point of clarification, solar panels continue to work on a cloudy day. They just work at 25% capacity or so. So it's not like a cloud passes by and they stop working. So, I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. But my question is it the intention to have these up and running while while Unit 1 is still running for a year or two until Unit 1 must be decommissioned? Or is the goal to decommission Unit 1 as quickly as possible? And are you going to be relying on the renewable energy except for when there's a gap?
Commissioner, this is Javier. So we are we will be retiring Rawhide Unit 1, that is our coal-fired unit, by the end of 2029. What we need to do is we have our infrastructure put in place for us to have enough time to be able to test it. And Matt alluded to that fact earlier. We need to be able to give ourselves different scenarios to run our generation portfolio, as well as a full year cycle. That would be ideal, where we'd be able to walk naturally through all the different weather conditions that we would be experiencing. So we would not be retiring Rawhide Unit 1 any earlier than the end of 2029. To your point, though, about the solar, so yes, I appreciate that clarification. Solar doesn't necessarily drop down to zero generation if a cloud moves over it. Definitely good point on that. However, we have found that dark comms are happening more frequently. In fact, as we conducted that study during our IRP, we found that there would be at least one dark comm stretching anywhere between 3 to 5 days, at least once a year. And I used to live in Texas back where Winter Storm Uri took place. And so it's one thing to hear about a dark-com impact and everything that the devastation of weather leaves behind on the news, but it's another to live through it. And so as Matt mentioned, our public health and safety is absolutely high priority for us. So definitely looking at how to integrate renewable energy into our greater portfolio is incredibly paramount as we look ahead.
I understand and I appreciate that. I just think it's important, especially as a county that's committed to renewable energy and zero carbon, goals, that we're speaking truthfully about renewable energy. It's the most imperfect thing there is. I understand that. But so clarifying, so are you saying a couple years where you're actually going to increase the carbon output out of that plant as you're testing things and doing all of that? Like, what is the time frame where you're going to have these new turbines running plus Unit 1 until Unit 1 is decommissioned? Like, what is that, 2 years?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So we do intend to have a roughly 2-year overlap between when construction will be completed on the new turbines and when we will be required to retire Unit 1. I think on paper, when you permit any type of unit through the air permitting process, there's always this potential to emit. So there's always going to be a limit of what we're legally allowed to emit, but not necessarily what we actually emit. So we are still working through the plans of that 2-year overlap and how and what testing of these units would look like. I think to echo Javier's point, we do not intend at this time to retire Unit 1 any early. It is intended to operate potentially all the way up to the end of 2029. But that overlap period is still being assessed. I will say that it probably will be a point of discussion between CDPHE, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, as they issue our air permit. I can't speak in certainty, but I don't think you're going to see a scenario where Unit 1 is going to be running base load. All of the gas turbines will be running base load, and these new aeroderivative turbines would be running base load. I think we actually have some infrastructure challenges if that were even to occur. So there will be overlap in operation, but I would not say that there's going to be some type of substantial jump in any type of emissions. I think you might see some balancing between, rather than having a scenario where we would call upon the existing frame turbines to run, we might actually try and test the aeroderivative turbines, which are more efficient, more nimble, and might actually have a lower carbon footprint than those frame units. So I hope that answers the question. It certainly is not.
It does.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to hit you with one final question and then be quiet for a while. I promise.
Okay, no, great.
So I know that in 2020, you, as a utility, made a commitment to be carbon free by 2035. Given what you're here for today, does that mean that you have now rescinded that commitment?
Commissioner, this is Javier again. So yeah, what I'll clarify is that our board passed that policy back in 2018, which is really what set Platte River on this trajectory of doing everything within its power to decarbonize its portfolio by 2030. So 2030 was the timeline that our board had put in place. At that time, we were one of the few utilities who were coming out public with this very aggressive timeline. Now, we know we are not going to hit 100% non-carbon by 2030. No utility within the country, and if I'm looking at it, many utilities across the world have not figured out the solution to hit 100% non-carbon, no matter what their portfolio or what the DNA of their portfolio looks like at that time. We will exceed 80%, which is the state goal, by 2030. But we are not going to stop at that point, which is why we are looking at this type of technology that would allow for that potential transition to hydrogen, as long as other emerging technologies like long duration battery storage have not evolved as quickly or as efficiently as we hope. It's what we saw happen back in 2020 when we completed our first IRP since this new policy. We saw impacts on, technology didn't evolve quickly enough. Contracts for renewable energy acquisitions were becoming more expensive, which is why we ended up doing that update. But our commitment to becoming non-carbon has not stopped. We just know that we're not going to hit 100%, but we will continue to work towards that. And our IRP of 2024 actually outlines that trajectory.
And you don't have a specific date that you've committed to now?
We don't have a specific date. Our IRP process is very iterative, so every 3 to 5 years when we conduct when we put this document together with all the studies that go into it, it helps us evaluate, how technologies will allow us to perform to meet that customer demand, but because of our board's guidance to decarbonize, how we're going to get there. So we don't necessarily have a timeline right now. Our current IRP shows that we can get as close to 100% around the mid-2040s, but that's, of course, predicated on a lot of different variables: long-duration battery storage, the infrastructure needed for hydrogen, as well as other emerging technologies, geothermal, we're taking a look at an all-of-the-above approach.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Commissioner Slutsky.
So I have a few questions, but I would ask that maybe we have public comment first, please.
Oh, great. Yeah, I appreciate that too. We appreciate your presentation. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Barrick? Can you hold your question for later? Thank you for your presentation. Sounds like we've got quite a few more questions, but we'd like to get to public comment, so we'll do that next. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so with that, we'll now open the public hearing and take public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to give testimony?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may interject, we did have a sign-up sheet for people to provide public comment. So the way that this will work is we'll start with the first person who has signed up, who is in person. If you'll please come to the podium, make your public comment. You'll have 3 minutes. And the next person on the list, if you can just be waiting to step up, that way we keep things as efficient as possible. Just as a disclaimer to the commission as well as those in the audience, we do have a group who has requested to go in a sequential order to provide their public comment. And so once we get to that group, we will go through the people in the room, the people within that group online, and then we'll come back to make sure there's no additional public comment within the room before we go to additional people joining us via Zoom.
Great. Yeah, very organized.
Chair,
we like this.
Chair, point of order, please. How many people, Ms. Axmacher, are on this list total?
We have 22 signed up at this moment. If you are not signed up, you will still have an opportunity to speak at the end.
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the time from 3 minutes each to 1.5 minutes to expedite this. If not, we could also, excuse me, I'm speaking. Also, we could also entertain a motion to see if we would like to extend this meeting to another date as well. I'd like to say that we also have something that is off of consent agenda now, and we will be doing that later this evening as well.
So there's a motion on the table, so I'd take comments on that, or we can take a vote on that.
My math isn't. Well, I was going to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
My math is not very good today. So how many hours are we talking about with just the public comments?
So
Just 1 hour and 6 minutes.
Yeah, an hour.
Chair Rowe.
Yep.
This is Christine Luckison with the County Attorney's Office. I just want to clarify, was it communicated previously to the public that they would have 3 minutes?
Okay.
I'm asking.
I don't believe so.
Staff can confirm that we have communicated to folks who asked the question that 3 minutes was the standard comment time.
Okay, Chair Rowe, I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Well, we've resolved that. We would ask, just in respect for everyone's time, if you could avoid repeating comments. It's, if we hear them once, that's really sufficient, and we really appreciate your attendance here, and it helps us to get to everybody if we can kind of be focused on this. So thank you, and please introduce yourself, sir.
All right, I wasn't expecting you to be first. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ed Bean. I live at 3580 Stanford Road in Fort Collins. I'm speaking on behalf of Larimer Alliance for Health, Safety, and the Environment, and as a concerned citizen of Larimer County. I'm here to ask the Planning Commission to recommend denial of the Platte River Power Authority's 1041 application for the building of additional gas-fired turbines at their Rawhide generating plant. As others here will be making very clear, the call for building this plant on the part of PRPA managers flies in the face of a clear mandate from the people in Larimer County to shift to 100% renewable power generation. The supposed necessity for the gas-fired turbines as some sort of backup resource is apparently based on cooking the numbers in terms of reserve capacity required by the Southwest Power Pool Regional Transmission Organization, a wider grid management network that PRPA plans to join in 2026. Beyond actually underplaying the value of PRPA's renewable sources provide to meet those requirements, the proposal ignores the existing gas-fired turbines already operated at Rawhide, which can continue in service until more renewable sources are brought online. Building and operating new gas-fired units will be done at great expense to ratepayers within the cities and towns serviced by PRPA, and will be in service for several decades at least. At this point in time, our regional air quality is severely compromised, and the continuing warming of our global climate continues to cause great harm in the form of extreme weather events and year-round wildfire conditions. All of this is caused by continued burning of fossil fuels, and this proposed plant will only exacerbate this terrible trend. I don't believe that once built, this proposed plant will only be operated as a backup source for dark calm periods. Capacity such as that could be used to sell power to other utility groups while still claiming to be providing clean power to PRPA's client communities. Their record of transparency during this process has been less than stellar given the clear community opposition to this new gas turbine proposal. The people have made clear they want PRPA to stick to their pledge to provide 100% renewable energy, which is not just an aspirational goal, but a vital necessity. Please vote to deny PRPA's 1041 application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo Grassams, you're up next, followed by Peggy LaPointe.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Leo Grassams. I live in Loveland. I'm a member of the Larimer County Environment and Science Advisory Board, and we met last night. Hey, we get some sound, huh? I'm also an active task member of the City of Loveland Task Force to create a climate action plan. But today I speak as not a member of those offices, but as an engineer and a climate activist. I too want to get to carbon neutral, and I care about the climate a lot. I just put solar panels on my own house. I get it, and I work actively to reduce my carbon footprint in many ways. I studied the PRPA current production almost every day, And it makes very obvious what needs to happen. I'm very supportive of the PRPA and their plans. I studied their IRP 2024. I spoke at the PRPA board meeting last year where I advocated for the plans they have submitted. And the most important part, and you've heard this evening, is that Platte River's existing combustion turbines cannot manage the wildly varying cycles. So that's where aeroderivative turbines are designed for this purpose. And I know aeroderivatives. My son was a control systems engineer for Woodward Governor. He worked for 10 years on aeroderivatives. I know what they are. I designed a coal-fired power plant in 1972. But I'm all for renewables. I'm all for solar. I have them on my roof. And I need to look at the time here. So please go ahead and approve this plan because otherwise we'll never get there. We need to do this, guys. The infrastructure is already there. There is existing facilities. And while Platte River is tripling the renewable energy portfolio, it will have to maintain reliability. We have to do this. There is just no choice. The timeline is very critical. So we cannot really have a delay because the longer we wait, we're not going to be able to meet the 80% requirement by 2030 that the state of Colorado mandates. So, dear Planning Commission, please proceed with approval for this project without delay. Any delay would move us further away from reaching the carbon neutrality goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's the point.
Peggy LaPointe, you're up next, followed by Nancy York.
Good evening. I'm Peggy LaPointe. I live in Fort Collins. Thank you very much for your service. I know how many hundreds of hours you spend doing this. Larimer County hosts a large population of professionals and experts in the field of electricity generation and distribution. Many of them have spent the last 3 years trying to help PRPA develop a plan that will use the latest technology to achieve the ratepayers' renewability goals. These generous experts have been alternately ignored and belittled by PRPA. With the prospect of being able to sell excess energy to the grid, the utility charges toward a facility that is in direct opposition to the direction the energy industry is going. PRPA commissioned a planning study that was neither transparent nor unbiased and denied input from local experts. PRPA refuses to release the data from the study and refuses to allow a review of it by independent experts. While the mayors of the member cities can be commended for serving on the board of directors, they are not trained professionals in the industry, and they need direction from the PRPA staff concerning these very complex issues. They are understandably reluctant to question PRPA decisions, even when they are urged to do so by their constituents who are experts. Also, their job is made more difficult because our contract with PRPA gives them no guidance on making decisions in the best interest of their constituents or the environment. I hope you can look at the big picture and how we got here. Many poor decisions have been made, and I urge you to deny this permit so that we can continue working to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy York, you're up, followed by Megan Bowden.
Good evening, Nancy York, a native of Fort Collins, and a very interested person in what happens to our environment, to our city, our county, and beyond. I went to some of the input at PRPA, and initially it was presented as a hydrogen whatever they call them, and but now they're back down to methane, and even though, well, I won't go into that, but methane is not today's or tomorrow's source to use, especially when we could have to build the interest and support climate friendly technology where and it's disappointing that PRPA isn't going that way, because that would help grow the whole industry for renewable energy. One of the other things that I heard was the figure that it was going to cost $350 million. And I'm a retired senior, and that's going to put a little pressure on being able to live daily and take care of my energy. Let's see, what other things did I hear in the process? There are other sources to provide energy. I have read about, for instance, neighbors sharing their renewable energy in places, and that would be a wonderful thing to happen if we pitch in. We need to pitch in cutting fossil fuels from our lives, and I think that should be the highest priority. One of the other things that I heard frequently requested is for PRPA to put their program in front of other people who know and are experienced with fuel, with generating electricity, and they were. Am I done?
Yeah, that's your time. Thank you, Ms. York.
They were denied. They failed to do that. That's an important thing.
Thank you. Ms. Bowden, and then, Mr. Henderson, if you could be ready on deck next.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Megan Bowden. I'm a resident of Loveland, born in Fort Collins, and I'm a sustainability consultant for new construction. And I'm here today because now is the time for bold action, to trust progress and challenge business as usual. The new gas turbines are not needed. PRPA has 388 megawatts of gas combustion already in place, which provide enough insurance until more renewable and storage can be built. Heating demands in our climate is referenced as a reason for remaining fossil fuel dependent, and I'd like to note that the Aspen electric utility in Colorado reached 100% renewable energy in 2015, making it completely carbon free. That's based on wind, solar, and hydropower. If member rates increase by 6.3% annually to pay for new power generation, I'd rather that money go to clean energy. Instead of investing in burning more fossil fuels, we should invest in a virtual power plant in which the utility can tap into residential solar or EV batteries to help balance the grid and reduce strain. And it would create neighborhood microgrids that would create a resilient electricity infrastructure during disaster like wildfire. I urge you to recommend denial of the permit for new natural gas turbines. The best case scenario would be that Larimer County joins the cause for cleaner energy, reducing the impacts of climate change. In any scenario, we'll have cleaner air, less smog, fewer asthma attacks, lower rates of cancer, heart disease, nervous system disorders, and reproductive issues. Let's invest in the future, not the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And Mr. Keith Ela, you're up next.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Rowe and members of the commission. I'm Doug Henderson, a local resident, speaking for the Sierra Club and the local Poudre Canyon Group with hundreds of members in Larimer County. Last year, several Colorado utilities were awarded over $1 billion in federal grants to accelerate the move to renewable energy. And those and other utilities are making great progress. Unfortunately, PRPA is not like those utilities, and its ratepayers will not see such benefits. Here, we're faced with PRPA's backslide from national leadership on clean energy 2 decades ago to now being a laggard in Colorado behind other utilities, falling behind other utilities and transitioning to clean energy. Emblematic of this is PRPA's plan to invest heavily in new gas turbines in the late 2020s, with all the financial ramifications, policy contradictions, and environmental harm of that plan. These expensive turbines may well prove very costly to operate or possibly become inoperable stranded assets because of ozone reduction and climate requirements. I mean, $500 million investment in the coming years to burn carbon for decades, what could be the problem? As those turbines will cause further damage to Colorado communities, to Colorado's economy, and to damage our environment, to our water, our air quality, and to the climate, which will have negative near and long-term consequences. Sierra Club has made efforts to constructively engage with PRPA for many years in its planning processes. From this experience, we do not have confidence in the information that PRPA provides to the public or to policymakers. For example, there are many things we could straight to this, but let me just bring up 2 that I heard tonight. We heard from PRPA that they had these public engagement processes with the communities here. Sounds great, huh? I went to one of those. It was pure dog and pony show. It was one-way communication. There was no genuine public engagement, no opportunity for it. It's disingenuous what they tell you. Another one, in response to a question from the commission about whether the future proposed turbines would be disengaged when they're not needed. Makes sense, huh? You get an engineering response. But let's look at what PRPA really does with their current gas turbines. On high ozone days, when we are choking on ozone, we have the highest ozone readings in the state. PRPA cranks up its surplus production gas turbines, and they produce power, putting out more ozone precursors and choking us even further. And then they sell that power not to the 4 municipalities. They meet demand outside at premium profits, and that's what they do. So who believes that in the future, to pay off a $500 million investment, they're really going to disengage those turbines when they're not needed for the 4 municipalities that PRPA was set up to operate? Don't believe it. It's disingenuous misinformation. The Sierra Club fully supports the issues raised by other local organizations and local people as communicated and which will be communicated to you by Attorney Mike Foote, and we recommend denial.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
1041.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you. And Mr. Ela, and then Mr. Tenisberg.
Yeah, my name is Keith Ela from Fort Collins. I'd like to say that PRPA got off to a good start years ago when they suggested that they would like to have an aspirational goal of getting carbon out of our energy system here in Fort Collins in the 4 cities that share power from PRPA. And on the basis of that promise to reduce the carbon footprint of our communities, we went ahead as a family and invested in, we got the house re-insulated, then we went and got heat pumps, and we got an electric car, all based on the idea that we would be using power from renewable resources. I'm terribly disappointed in that progress. And when they say this is just an aspirational goal, that's not good enough. They need to be held accountable. And for that reason, I think we should deny their approval of the 1041. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Tenisberg. and then Kenna Kinnear.
So, just for the record, I can't imagine there's many Rubens around because I don't mean them. But my last name is Bergston, like an iceberg, 10 icebergs, Bergston. So sorry about the miscommunication there. So I'm Ruben Bergston. I live in Estes Park. I'm a PRPA board member, and I also run the utilities in Estes Park. And I would ask you, it would be nothing better than to have a unanimous support for us to be able to shut down a coal plant and build these gas turbines to ensure reliability. Larimer County seems to be blessed with natural disasters, and Estes Park has our fair share of them. And when you're an electric director and those natural disasters take out the power, the first thing you hear are a whole lot of calls from people saying, when's my power going to come back? My oxygen generator's not working. My medical equipment, the heat's not on. And so you learn real quick on a real big level what reliability is all about. We live in this community. We're part of this community. And in 2018, we unanimously supported moving away from carbon. That was our resource diversification policy. If you read that policy, you will see that there's many dots that we recognize. We can't fix everything. There are limitations that exist that we all are working to overcome. But until those limitations are overcome, we are forced to be able to reliably provide power when we have intermittent renewables with something that's dispatchable. These aeroderivative turbines, we talk about the hydrogen, when that becomes available in mass and can be produced, that is definitely the whole idea behind the aeroderivative turbines. The cost associated with this, we did recognize there was a large cost. We have been doing our best to provide what's called rate smoothing so that is not a huge impact all at once in a year when this has to happen. So we're doing our best on the financial side. PRPA has always been an advocate for environmental matters. Back in the early 70s when the Unit 1 was built, it was decided by the board back then to build it so that it can only burn low sulfur coal. This would be a great thing to be able to shut down this coal plant. This would be a wonderful thing if we could get unanimous support from this commission to be able to build those gas turbines, recognizing that this is the step that we have to take. And I will say thank you very much, Leo. I appreciated that support from him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Kenna Kinnear. And then followed by Madeline Marr.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kenna Kinnear. I live in Fort Collins. We know that hydrogen combustion will never be commercially tenable. In fact, it will be exorbitantly expensive. If we build more fossil fuel infrastructure now, then that's all it will be used for in the foreseeable future, not hydrogen, not green energy. I'm personally not comfortable with these gas-powered turbines operating for my entire lifetime. The answer to electricity generation is solar, wind, and battery storage, including nuclear for constant baseline output. New types of battery storage are on their way, replacing more expensive models, and sufficient battery storage is already used by a number of power authorities, so why not this one? Speaking on behalf of my generation, and from a global perspective, I recommend denial of the 1041 application for new gas turbines. Let's prioritize climate, air quality, and the county's net zero goals by holding energy companies accountable for their emissions and not allowing the construction of more fossil fuel infrastructure in favor of green energy alternatives. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then next we'll be at the Michael Foot portion.
Hi,
My name is Madeline Marr. I'm a resident of Fort Collins. I'm just here to speak as a non-expert resident. I'm a scientist. My field is not this. And I've seen things that concern me in the presentation tonight. There were certain concerns that the public has that were not, I felt, adequately addressed. And so I wanted to thank you all for your questions and for being very thoughtful as you consider this proposal. I really appreciated the questions about the lifespan of this plant. And as someone who's currently pregnant, it really struck me that this plant will be around and working when my child is my age. And I think that warrants some serious, serious thought. So I really appreciate your taking this as seriously as you are. And I'd also like you to keep in mind, as you consider this proposal, that while this plant may have really good environmental standards, and there may be all sorts of measures in place to prevent any issues, any impacts that will negatively impact the health of the community, I think it's also important we keep in mind that natural gas production does have impacts. And any participation that we're having in production of energy using natural gas is potentially fueling global conflict, potentially creating methane leaks, and harming communities in the areas where that resource is being harvested. So I just thank you for your consideration and for keeping our welfare in mind and your own. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marr.
Chair Rowe, I would just like to note that starting with our next presenter, Michael Foote, all the way until Susan McFadden online, they've requested to present as a unit.
Thank you.
And we did submit a PowerPoint. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Foote, and I'm the Counsel for Northern Colorado Partners for Clean Energy. I hope you had an opportunity to review our letter we submitted in opposition to this application. So, this is what many residents and ratepayers see when they examine the IRP and the 1041 application, a process that was set up to arrive at a particular conclusion. But the gaps in the analysis and the lack of information backing up Platte River's assertions means the application should not be approved. A couple of principles outlined in our letter that are worth restating here during my 3 minutes. First, this IRP falls way short of the kind of rigor applied to many other utilities in their resource plans. Platte River wrote the rules, chose its players, played the game with those players, and was its own referee. Since Platte River has refused to put its IRP out there for rigorous scrutiny by a third party, it's really up to the county to do so. Second, the burden of proof for these applications means the applicant has to show they have met each and every land use code element more likely than not. You could think about it this way. When deciding to go forward on something of personal importance, like whether you can afford a particular expense, you would say, yeah, I'm convinced, I'm going to write that check. But if you need more information to get to that decision, that burden has not been met. In this case, when looking at the Platte River application, do you really have that level of, I'm going to write that check belief? That they're going to convert this new gas plant to green hydrogen in the timeline they've indicated? That they've really assigned the right values to renewable energy generation? That they've really adequately explored options other than that 200 plus megawatts of new gas in addition to the 388 megawatts they already have? That we even know how much new gas they're actually proposing? If you think about it, and you still really aren't sure, then they haven't met that burden. Third, this burden of proof matters. This is a request for the utility to produce an enormous amount of impacts felt throughout the county for at least 30 years. It's a big deal, which you know, but the big deal must be backed up by proof and credible evidence, not just because Platte River presents a one-sided report. Finally, keep in mind Platte River risks nothing if they're wrong. Once the plant is built, they get to use it and create all of the impacts. Larimer County bears all the risk in this scenario. And when one party bears all the risk, that party
would be well advised to comb through the details very, very carefully and test it. We didn't see that from the staff comments in your packet, and we didn't see it from PRPA either. But we hope you as planning commissioners will do so. Remember, it's up to them to prove it to you, not for Larimer County to take their word for it or to assume the best. This IRP in 1041 doesn't come close to that. Please recommend denial of the application.
Thank you.
Up next is Barbara Krupnick-Goldman, followed by Kevin Cross.
Hi there. I'm Barb Krupnick-Goldman. I live in Fort Collins. The Northern Colorado Partners for Clean Energy is a group that contains several other environmental groups here locally. They've been involved with encouraging PRPA to reduce their climate and air pollution and transition to clean renewable energy for years. The NCP 4CE membership includes people who are not only concerned and devoted, but are also subject matter experts in fields such as energy generation, green building, climate science, health impacts of pollution, and others. We requested initially to have the attorney who is presenting our position, Michael Foote, have a 15-minute period of time, which you, the planning commissioners, declined. We were then guaranteed that we would be able to go in a certain specific order to present our comments to you. Well, that's not happening. Back to what I planned to say. Throughout the process of talking with PRPA, listening to them, talking to city councils, to the PRPA board, what I've been struck by is how many people in positions of power are unwilling to take the necessary hard steps to actually reduce climate pollution. Not all, but certainly the majority. More striking, and what's even disgusting to me, is that these same people are very willing to publicize, to pat themselves on the back, and congratulate themselves for setting ambitious climate goals. But they don't want to do the work to actually meet the goals. So, and then they cover up their failure with more talk about how great they are at making pledges. So, planning commissioners, I hope that you have had the time to look at and read Mr. Foote's very thorough letter that he submitted to you, which clearly outlines technical and legal reasons to recommend denial of this application. And I'm asking you to be in that minority of people, the ones who have the courage to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Kevin Cross, followed by Scott Denning.
Good evening. And I think I have a slide back there. Yeah, thanks. My name is Kevin Cross. I'm with the Fort Collins Sustainability Group, and I'm going to be focused on our assertion that the application significantly understates the contribution of renewable resources. Key to that claim are two technical concepts. The first is that of planning reserve margin, which is next. There is a definition on the slide of that from the National Renewable Energies Laboratory. In a nutshell, it's a measure of the excess generation capacity needed to ensure reliability. The IRP calls for a planning reserve margin of 19.9%. We do not dispute that number. The second key concept, next slide, is effective load carrying capacity, or ELCC. Again, the NREL definition is there. Briefly, it's the reliability assigned to each resource. Fossil fuels have a high ELCC because you can turn them on at will. Wind and solar have low ELCCs in comparison because, as is well known, the wind don't always blow and the sun don't always shine. Okay, next slide. ELCCs used in PRP's IRP are much lower than other relevant ELCCs. Specifically, they're lower than the ELCCs used in an example provided to the PRPA board by staff on Halloween of last year, after the IRP had been finalized. They are also much lower than the ELCCs used by the Southwest Power Pool East Region, which the PRPA will be joining soon. We have asked why for the last couple of months. We have not gotten an answer to that question. So here are the numbers. Next slide, please. Highlighted in yellow are the PRPA's IRP ELCC percentages. You'll note that solar and wind are very low at 9 and 6%. Thermal is very high. The next column over are the ELCCs presented on Halloween of last year. You'll notice that solar and wind are much higher. You'll also note that those ELCCs comport pretty closely to the ELCCs used by the Southwest Power Pool. They divide that into a summer ELCC and winter ones, around 65 and 20%. Okay, again, why the discrepancy? All right, so the corresponding, next slide, yes, thanks. Corresponding PRMs for each set of ELCCs without the new gas plant are shown here. You see an unacceptably low PRM of 1.6% using the PRPA's IRP numbers. That's no good, obviously, because we need 19.9. However, for all the others, the planning reserve margin is at least double what's needed. Why is that? They need to answer that question. So conclusions. The IRP recommendation to build a new gas plant depends crucially on the choice of renewable ELCCs. PRPA chose very low renewable ELCCs. NREL, the National Renewables Lab, could provide a respected third-party opinion on the choice of ELCCs with implications for the alleged need to build a new gas plant. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions later. I know this is a ton of material. And
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You.
Up next is Scott Denning, followed by Christina Swope.
I'm Scott Denning. I'm a professor of atmospheric science at CSU. This really is kind of my field. And I have actually kind of four things. I'm going to get to my slide in a sec. First thing I want to emphasize is that the most important part of achieving reliability with intermittent renewables is actually grid integration. It isn't about a cloud going over the sun for 5 minutes. It's about selling excess power when you have excess power, when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing, and then buying power when you need it from your neighboring utilities. And that's precisely the point of the Southwest Power Pool. This is why we have a grid, and we're not just locally trying to balance our supply and demand at every moment at everybody's house. Secondly, I want to respond a little bit to the idea that clean hydrogen is going to take over for the fossil fuel aeroderivatives. I know it's a little technical, but air is made of nitrogen and oxygen. And when you have a hot enough flame, a little bit of that nitrogen will actually burn. So if you take N2 plus O2 and you make NO, which is sometimes abbreviated NOx. It's also another compound. That stuff actually makes us sick. It literally makes us sick. It's the brown cloud. It gets in your lungs. It gets in your blood. It harms our hearts. This is what Volkswagen was convicted of cheating on their emission scandals for years and years. And hydrogen burns hotter than methane. So PRPA plans to burn hydrogen in these turbines someday when it's feasible. But that hydrogen burning will actually create more NOx than the methane that they're going to burn now because it burns at a higher temperature. So the reaction between the N2 and the O2 runs a little bit faster. Okay, next slide. Next slide. The other thing about hydrogen is that it leaks. In fact, Jace, the engineer here from PRPA, talked about the need for a much higher degree of infrastructure to prevent leaks. It's teeny tiny molecules, right? They're much, much smaller than methane molecules, and it takes very specialized equipment to transport that stuff around to keep it from leaking. When it leaks, it's not a greenhouse gas in and of itself, but it is oxidized in the atmosphere with the same gases that oxidize methane. So it's actually borrowing the oxidation capacity of the atmosphere that would otherwise be oxidizing methane. Methane has a greenhouse gas effect that's 83 times the greenhouse effect of CO2. So the more H2 we leak out of PRPA into the atmosphere, the longer the methane that is leaked out of all the other infrastructure will stay in the air at 83 times the global warming of the CO2. I urge you to deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Christina Swope, followed by Sam Kilmeyer.
Okay, I didn't make a slideshow, you guys. Okay. Hi, I'm Christina. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm a resident here in Fort Collins. I have been concerned about this gas plant since I heard about it last summer. I really believe that climate change is an existential threat, and I am concerned about our local air pollution. My stepdaughter has been dealing with some asthma symptoms, and it's hard enough to convince her to step away from the iPad and go outside without having to consider the local air quality index. So last summer, my friend told me that they want to build a new natural gas plant and shut down the coal plant, and I was really curious about it, so I went to a public hearing, and the folks at the PRPA made a really great, you guys did not get the presentation that I got. Their presentation showed a lot of research into really cool, technology that's going to be very low carbon and creating microgrids. It was really cool. But they also made the compelling argument that while they would love to get to 100% renewable energy, the potential demands during a time of crisis, like a very large storm, could put too much load on a grid that the renewables couldn't manage. They call these events a dark calm, which is a spooky name for a spooky event. I mean, we all remember all those people in Texas freezing to death. It was terrible. So the thought of a blackout for their customers is unbearable to the PRPA, and they came to the conclusion that building a gas plant is the only economic solution. That's just the part that I don't buy. In theory, the PRPA is going to join the Southwest Power Pool, Regional Transmission West, I don't know, in 2026. And that's basically a huge energy market that spans 15 states. So if we were to be relying on solar and had a giant storm that made that not functional for us, they would have access to a market that covers 15 states. So they would not be reliant on just our local area. I just have a hard time believing that building a whole gas plant is cheaper and makes more sense than buying energy to cover our emergency dark situations. Perhaps I'm wrong, but the proposal the PRPA has laid out doesn't even take into account joining this energy market. So they haven't done enough research in that dimension. During the presentation, they also argued that battery storage is too untested and too expensive. But then they laid out this idea that perhaps, maybe, hopefully, one day we can do green hydrogen out of this gas plant. But you guys, green hydrogen is not real. It's not going to be a thing. If it were going to be a thing, I wouldn't be up here. But it's a very untested technology. Please don't approve this permit.
Thank you.
Up next is Sam Kilmeyer, followed by Cheryl DiStasso.
Hello, Planning Commissioners. My name is Sam Kilmeyer. I'm a resident of Fort Collins, and for the past 8 months or so, I've been deeply engaged in PRPA's IRP process. I'm a concerned community member and not an energy expert, but I'd like to share my observations to help you have more context for your decision. I've noticed that our mayor and PRPA board member, Jenny Arndt, and other officials defer to PRPA's expertise, urging the public to trust their plans, despite PRPA's refusal of a third-party oversight by NREL, which we have been asking for, and which would restore that trust. Instead, we must trust that they will only burn fossil fuels when necessary. I've learned that PRPA operates as if it were an isolated utility company, free from the rigor that other Colorado-based utilities must follow. I've also been told that PRPA, being a nonprofit, has no motive to build an unnecessary gas plant, but I see it differently. Last month, I toured the Rawhide coal plant, which has been providing reliable energy for over 40 years. On the slides of the presentation, there was an award from the coal users group that PRPA is very proud of. It is an incredible machine, and it was clear that the engineer who led our tour had a deep connection to it. The motive, as I see it, for PRPA to build more fossil fuel generation is the same motive that has kept this coal plant burning until state regulations forced it to be decommissioned right before the 2030 deadline. It is an attachment to business as usual and resistance to change that keeps us stuck in the idea that fossil fuels are the only thing that can keep the lights on during these dark, calm events. PRPA and its board are in an echo chamber, manipulating data to fit their narrative. I urge you to listen to a different story, one told by these community experts and supported by technical and legal reasons as outlined in the letter from Mr. Foote, which I hope that you have read carefully. We will need gas to supplement renewables, but we can use the existing fossil fuel infrastructure and the Southwest Power Pool to be that shock absorber. We should not burden our communities with new gas turbines or fall for the promise of future technologies like green hydrogen. Instead, let's build a better future with the tools that we have now. Commissioners, I ask you to critically analyze PRPA's submission with this story in mind, to hold PRPA to a higher standard, and to recommend denial of the application until they meet their burden of proof. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Cheryl DiStasso, followed by Ken Ruggleson, who is online.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl DiStasso, and I live in Fort Collins. You have the opportunity tonight to make a positive, significant impact by recommending the denial of this application. The time for renewable energy is now. I appreciate public outreach, but I'm concerned that public input has not been adequately integrated into this application. The communities served by the PRPA do not want a gas power plant that will fuel the climate catastrophe. The City of Fort Collins Energy Board recommended review by the National Renewable Energy Lab. We need to be responsible to our environment and to our community, who will be definitely impacted by the increased cost to the energy providers. Larimer County's air quality record is dismal. The Fort Collins West Monitoring Station is consistently among the top 4 worst air quality monitors in the state. I urge you to recommend denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Ken Reggleston, who is part of the group online. And Ken, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. My name is Ken Reggleston, and I have a master's degree in electrical engineering and 20 years of experience working toward a highly renewable energy future, including 5 years as a technical expert for Colorado's solar industry at the Public Utilities Commission in the state legislature, and also have done a significant amount of modeling of high levels of renewables. There's a few comments that I'd like to respond to and amplify just a bit. So the PRPA does have 388 megawatts of existing gas turbines. There's been some talk about, gee, those aren't flexible. In fact, they are fairly flexible, and they've been made much more flexible by spending millions and millions of dollars by PRPA to improve their flexibility, and there are significant other things that could be done to improve their existing turbines' flexibility. With regard to the regional market, these are answers to why we may not need this gas plant or may not need as large a gas plant. So the regional market, a lot of people think it's starting in 2026, and actually it started already. It started more than a year ago. PRPA used to ramp. That means turn up and turn down and turn off and on their generation resources. That's been taken over by the Southwest Power Pool in what's called an hour-ahead balancing market. So they're already not dispatching. They are not ready. They are not in full control of when those turbines are turned on and off, just as they will be in even less control when they join the day-ahead commitment markets that will exist in 2026. So this complicates making statements about how much pollution is going to be created, NOx and CO2, from these new plants, because they don't know how much they're going to run. Are they going to run 5% or 10% or 90%? That's the multiplier of what happens with the pollution. So there's more. PRPA has sold parts of their generation, contracted some of their generating facilities now to other parties through the grid. They will continue to be able to do that. If they contract, for example, to a data center, well, that means that these plants are going to be run full blast. But Larimer County, so other people get the electricity, and Larimer County gets the pollution. In addition, it could work the other way. PRPA could easily contract for generation from other places to meet their commitments to keep our lights on. So you've got a large area and growing where you can draw energy from of different natures. This is very unclear that you actually need this plant, and I recommend denying this application as it stands. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Sue McFadden, who is also online, is up next. Sue, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, I'm Sue McFadden. I've served on the Fort Collins Energy Board. I've served on the state's Utility Consumer Board. I'm an NREL energy executive. I have a bachelor's and master's in chemical engineering and a PhD in economics. And I'm here to ask you to deny this permit. Larimer County is rated F by the American Lung Association for our ozone and NOx, and burning hydrogen just creates more NOx and more ozone. The Fort Collins Energy Board has written 2 memos. One is against the gas plants, and the second one is to have NREL do a third-party oversight of this IRP. That nobody really believes what's the assumptions in the IRP, and so NREL could give us a third-party review of that. Right now, the Regional Air Quality Council is doing modeling on the Rawhide plant, and until that modeling comes in, which will be in the next month or 2, we should wait and find out what RAC believes as far as the air quality in Larimer County should be. And this is really premature to approve this permit at this time. Even our former mayor, Wade Troxel, has come out against these new gas plants, and that we need more distributed energy resources, and that we need NREL's oversight. There's a huge economic justice part that's being missed in this IRP, and that is the 6.3% increase in wholesale utility rates. The senior citizens living in the trailer parks by me, their COLAs do not increase by 6.3% per year. So building these stranded assets by PRPA is going to make these people have to decide between their medicine, turning on electricity. It's just a super unjust thing. When we look at Holy Cross Energy up in Aspen, they haven't raised their rates since 2019, and that's because they've adopted low-cost renewable energy. And PRPA wants us to buy them a Tesla-like natural gas plants, because that's all they know is carbon-based energy resources. So I'm here tonight from very far away, asking you to please deny this permit. Let the RAC finish their air quality monitoring so that we know how much of our NOx and ozone is coming from the Rawhide site, and to ask PRPA, like the public has asked many times, to have an NREL review of the IRP so that we have some confidence in what they're doing. And you guys are able to do this for us, so please ask them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up online is Sharon Israel followed by Eleanor Andrews. Sharon, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sharon Israel, and I serve as the Director of Utilities for the City of Loveland, one of 4 PRPA owner communities. In that role, I also serve on the board of PRPA. I'm a professional engineer, and my career includes 25 years of environmental, regulatory, and utility experience in Colorado, 10 of which with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the aeroderivative turbine project before you. This project is the outcome of a thoughtful process that included a modern approach to integrated energy resource planning and community input. This project will provide critical resiliency as we ultimately transition our power generation to renewable sources, batteries, virtual power plants that will be able to seamlessly meet demand in the future. But electricity is a health and safety service. And during our transition to renewable energy, we have an obligation to keep the power system as reliable and affordable as possible, even when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. So our community members expect the lights to turn on every time they flip the switch. And when we talk about reliability, that's what we're talking about. So until it's possible to have 100% renewable energy sources that are also affordable and highly reliable, which is the goal, building these turbines makes sense. We need an incremental step toward our goal. Many other utilities and utility experts, including experts from the Electric Power Research Institute and representatives from the Large Public Power Council, they've concluded that aeroderivative turbines like these are the best available tool to lower carbon emissions and maintain reliability at a reasonable cost. So thank you for your time and consideration this evening. I also want to sincerely thank the Larimer County team for their thoughtful review of PRPA's 1041 permit application. Approving this project will facilitate our community's transition to 100% renewable energy with all the benefits that go with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next online is Eleanor Andrews. Eleanor, you should be able to mute yourself and speak, and she will be followed by Bill Althouse.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for your work and for the floor, commissioners. I'm here to ask you to recommend denial of the permit. I live here in northern Colorado, and I'm also a parent. My husband is handling dinner and bedtime with my 2- and 3-year-old in support of me being here tonight. And most relevantly, I teach and do research on climate and energy at the School of Mines with my PhD in related issues. So I know about the pros and cons of various energy sources and storage facilities. I'm grateful for the work done to assess the alternatives and the planning for conversion to hydrogen fuel. I appreciate that most people who are involved want to see dirty and old-fashioned sources of energy wound down, but this proposal ain't it. It is not making the hard choice that we need to make, which is drawing down methane pollution now. It's not an easy choice, but it is a simple one. It is crystal clear. Environmentalists get a bad rap sometimes for just saying no to everything and kind of shut it all down. And that's not my usual MO. But when it comes to emissions, that's where we're at. It is the year 2025. We cannot be talking about building new natural gas plants. Other folks have made some of the points that I was going to about the PRPA's earlier and seemingly rescinded commitment to 100% clean energy, its reserve capacity. And so I want to focus on some other pieces. I'm still learning, if I'm honest, about how projects like this get approved, how review criteria are applied. I saw in the packet that in response to concerns around health and safety, it was noted that, quote, the closest residence is over a mile from the project area. And maybe that's how a 1041 review works, that's all that's legally allowed to be in the scope of review. I don't know, and I would welcome an education. But more broadly, we can't just draw like a mile radius around health and safety. This plant's contributions to air pollution, to rising greenhouse gas concentrations, and more go much beyond that radius and come from well beyond it as well, as pipelines for methane are notoriously leaky. All of those things together supercharge wildfires and droughts and floods and heat waves. And if we thought about it in that way, we'd see how this project can't satisfy various other review criteria either, as climate change and air pollution already do and will affect sectors of the local environment, sectors of the local economy, recreation, and other ones that are on that long sort of alphabetized or ABC list. And again, I urge you to recommend denial of the permit, and I'll see if I can get home in time to tuck in my kids. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Bill Althouse is next. Bill, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I live in Northwest Fort Collins, and I served on the county's Climate Smart Future Ready task force, as well as the City of Fort Collins Energy Board, and am now the Chief Technology Officer of the Colorado Renewable Energy Cooperative, a prosumer-owned virtual power plant. Excel statewide, a bunch of the other utilities have made a technological realization that decentralization of the grid is the future. So a lot of the concern is whether it's renewable or not, and really looking at the future, the real question is it a centralized analog controlled technology, or is it a decentralized digitized controlled technology? So what this means is if we put assets behind our meters at our homes and businesses, that capacity is able to deliver 3 to 4 times the value of the same capacity out on Platte River's grid. Generation transmission, the way to think of it in the future, they're the AT&T. And the distributed resources behind our meters are the cell phones. You know, technology, innovation, can sometimes move very quickly. I sit on all the national standards organizations drafting the standards for these new technologies at IEEE, for example. And I sit with the CTOs of some of the major engineering firms in the world. And we all know that generation transmission is obsolete, and it's going to be replaced by distributed resources. So as a planning body, the thing to think about, 10 years from now, do you want to be the group that made everyone use typewriters for the next 30 years when the rest of the country has the internet? And that's where we're at. So I tracked these innovations. Over 50,000 patents filed globally last year for distributed resources, almost none in natural gas turbine technology. Capital investment, private capital, 1.8 trillion in research and development in distributed resources and decentralization of the grid. And the whole rest of the state in Colorado is already gone. The renewable energy cooperatives, United's a leader, Holy Cross is a leader, and now with new Senate Bill 218, prosumers, the owners of these assets, have now a home-based business opportunity where the solar system or the car, for example, Platte River considered the 40,000 EVs they predict by 2030 to only be load. However, if they're connected to the grid as storage, able to unload their batteries, 400,000 EVs is 400 megawatts, twice the capacity of the natural gas plant, and the consumer pays for it. So it's not even in rates, which are going up 60% by 2030. Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chair, I believe that's the end of the advanced sign-up list. We can check and see if there's anyone remaining in the audience or online who wishes to speak.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, if there's anyone online or in the audience that still wishes to speak, if you could either virtually raise your hand or here in person raise your hand. And seeing none in person.
We do have hands raised online.
Okay.
Greg Zoda, you will be up first. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Greg Zoda. I live just south of Old Town in Fort Collins, and I chair the Elections Committee for the Fort Collins chapter of Democratic Socialists of America. Thank you all for your time and service to our community, especially as this meeting is going so late. As you've all probably determined by now, the reason so much public input has to be pushed to tonight is because PRPA has done a poor job of responding to community concerns. So unfortunately, they forced these concerns to be dropped in your laps. I would be shocked if even 10% of residents in the impacted areas were aware of this plan. So I want to echo the statements of others here tonight, urging you to reject tonight's permit. In a study published in the journal Renewable and Sustainable Energy Reviews entitled The Systemic Impact of a Transition Fuel, Does Natural Gas Help or Hinder the Energy Transition?, the researchers concluded that natural gas does not provide a bridge to renewable energy. It crowds out renewable energy. For a given energy source to be defined as a bridge fuel, it must parasitize other fossil fuels, encouraging a transition away from them. But the preponderance of evidence suggests otherwise. Natural gas functions in symbiosis with other fossil fuels more than it parasitizes them. And worse, it is parasitizing on renewable technology as well. The result is carbon lock-in as we get stuck within fossil fuel path dependence and the renewable transition gets delayed indefinitely. The very way that the applicants are talking about this tonight proves that they don't intend for this to be a bridge fuel. That's why they euphemistically said that there will always be room for diversified energy sources. If they were to say that sentence in a more honest way, they'd say that they plan to always burn fossil fuels and never make a full transition to renewables. The applicants are relying on a rhetorical fallacy that I tell all of my undergraduate students to avoid: false choice. It is a false choice to say that we must have one dirty energy over another. It is a false choice to say that we must have gas or we'll be stuck with coal. And as someone who lost power for several days during the Texas freeze, it is a false choice to say that we must either approve this submission or subject ourselves to dark storms or dark calms. Voting no tonight obviously doesn't mean you agree with coal power. It means you reject these false choices along with the snake oil science of green hydrogen. Over a year ago, state lawmakers sent a letter to PRPA's board expressing severe concerns that the Power Authority was not making sufficient efforts to achieve its stated goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030. Tonight, the statements of the applicants have proven the concerns of those lawmakers correct. We can do better than this. Please deny the 1041 permit for the Rawhide plant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Lenners, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Great. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for accommodating those of us online. I'm currently out of state. And for the service of the commissioners and Platte River to the people of Larimer County. My name is Frank Lenners. I live in West Fort Collins. Professionally, I work as an engineer with a consulting firm in the electric utility industry, but tonight I speak on behalf of myself only. As unreliable renewables have been added more and more to the grid reliability has suffered and customers are paying greater rates for electricity. According to a recent Coloradan article, Platte River's wholesale price is estimated to rise 6% per year, with a total rise of 60% by the year 2034. This is largely to pay the price for this misguided transition to renewable energy. Larimer County residents are facing a cost of living crisis, and these increased electricity rates certainly don't help, and this will get much worse as our utilities become more and more reliant on renewables. Natural gas's impact to the environment is greatly exaggerated to the level of hysteria, especially given our strict environmental laws here in the United States and these state-of-the-art gas turbine marvels. In truth, the transition from coal to natural gas has been one of the largest sources of reducing carbon in the electrical energy sector in the country, surpassing even renewables. As for carbon emissions and methane emissions and whatnot, this is in the context of the United States, this is a first world problem or luxury belief, especially when comparing to developing countries such as China and India. And that's not to say there's downsides to more natural gas generation, most notably the fact that it's delivered just in time and really can't be stored on the site. And this was one of the problems seen with that 2021 winter storm in Texas. That said, I still urge the Planning Commission to approve this project as it is essential for reliable, portable energy in Larimer County. Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, thank you.
If there are any members of the public online who would like to speak, please raise your hand now. There are no hands raised online.
Okay, well, with that, we'll close the public hearing. And I just heard that it would be helpful if we took a brief recess. So we'll do that, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
See what happens. You give them a little bit of power. Take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, we really appreciate all the public's comment on this item. There's clearly a lot of passion on this subject, and it's really great to hear, and I think it's really helpful for us as we consider this item. So thank you for everyone's participation. I'd like to ask the applicant to step forward. We'd like to just address some of the questions that we heard. Did you take notes on some of those questions? I think I did, and some of my colleagues did as well, so we can kind of guide you in that. But if you want to take the first whack at them.
Mr. Chair, would you like a time limit for this portion, or just take as much rebuttal as they feel necessary?
Yeah, I think we'll. I think we can just kind of move through the questions, and I'll cut it off when we're, I think, through the themed topics that we heard. So.
Yeah, no, thank you. So Matt Trigg again with Platte Power Authority. I'll kind of be the position here, but I may be turning behind me quite a bit to get to better experts. I think there are a few topics that we'd like to just address, and I'll hand the mic over to my colleague Ash Mayfield, who I think can talk a little bit about some of the adequacy comments.
Well, good evening. For those of you who don't remember, so long ago when I introduced myself, my name is Ash Mayfield. I'm Senior Counsel Markets for Platte River. And I'm here at the podium right now primarily to say that between SPP, RTOs, ELCCs, PRMs, and all of the universe of acronyms that we've heard so far today, there's a lot going on. This stuff is complicated. It's difficult. It involves a bunch of trade-offs. And there were, throughout the course of the comments, a couple, maybe more than a couple, of key misconceptions about how some of the important features work and how they will work for these gas plants. And so if you have additional questions about any of that market-related goodness, any of the acronyms and all of the nerdy stuff that goes with them, I'd be happy to try to field those. If you have questions related to other topics, then I could defer to the other set of good friends at the table.
I have acronym questions.
Sure, let's do acronym questions.
Okay.
Commissioner King.
My first acronym question is about the ELCCs and the question that folks brought up about the discrepancies between the conglomerate of power companies. That's not the right word. And the estimates that Platte River came up with in there. Can you talk a little bit about why the carrying capacity was so different?
Sure. Do we have kind of a good sense for what the ELCC is, or would it help for me to back up a step or two and kind of put that into context? I can do either way.
I think that would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay. So if the power system is unique, and you're about to hear a lawyer talk to you about engineering and physics and power systems. So, I know that's the best part of the entire presentation, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Power system is unique in that the lights that come on here, the light that you see right now is served right now in this instant, in this moment, by a machine on the grid that produces electricity. And that's the way it goes on the grid. It's always on a right now basis. And so if you add up all of the people using electricity on the grid, we have to match them. We have to match it exactly every second of every hour of every day with the same production. We call it balancing. And so that's the only way that we can keep the grid running. And if we get out of whack, that's a legal term, out of whack. If we get out of whack even a little bit, the entire thing can collapse. That's when you see blackouts. So obviously, if you have to keep your supply and your demand balanced out, which we do, and we do all the time, you have to have at least enough machines to serve the very highest level of demand that your customers have on your system, plus a little bit of safety margin on top. And the reason you need a safety margin is because sometimes machines don't work the way that you think they might. Sometimes they malfunction, sometimes things break, sometimes you have to maintain stuff. And you have to have the safety margin on top to be sure that you have enough in reserves to cover the usage in case something goes wrong. And the safety margin that we're talking about here, it's called the PRM. It's the acronym PRM. It's planning reserve margin, but when we think about it, it's really just a safety margin. So after we figure out that we need enough machines to serve all the customers, plus we need a little bit of buffer, a safety margin on top, we say, gee, it sure would be nice if we could cooperate with other utilities so that we don't have to have duplicates of all of our facilities or our big generation facilities to make this thing reliable. And that's exactly what we do with the Southwest Power Pool. Now, we've heard a bunch about the Southwest Power Pool. Some of the things are true, some of the things are not true. But one of the big pieces of value that the Southwest Power Pool will provide to us is that they will help us every second of every hour of every day. They're going to help us maintain balance between energy made and energy used. It's a really big deal. To make that work, I'm going to get to ELCC. I'm almost there. To make that work, you have to have utilities at least bring enough machines to the table to SPP to cover off, like I said, the load, the amount of customers that they have, plus that safety margin. Because if you have utilities that show up to SPP without that stuff and they kind of freeload on SPP, the entire thing collapses. SPP doesn't have enough tools to maintain the balance, and then you have blackouts and you have other problems. The SPP rulebook, it's 5,000 or 6,000 pages. It's a nice, easy read. It has a section on what's called resource adequacy, and it spells out exactly what you have to bring to the table and how it's counted to make sure that they have enough tools, SPP does, to offset customer load. ELCC factors into that. It's effective load carrying capability. And what it does is it acknowledges that kind of traditional resources, gas-fired power plants, coal-fired power plants, some impounded hydro, we feel pretty confident that when we push the button, we know what we're going to be able to get from that. It's fairly easy to plan around from SPP's perspective. It's not as easy to plan how much are we going to get from this particular wind farm, how much are we going to get from this solar farm during the hottest times of the summer and during the coldest mornings in the winter. And so ELCC, really at a fundamental level, what it does is it measures, it estimates, because you can't ever be sure, but it estimates how much of the wind and how much of the solar that you can count as you bring enough stuff to the table to meet your resource adequacy requirement. So our COO did a great presentation and explained to our board of directors in this October meeting what ELCC was, kind of how it worked, what the resource adequacy construct is in SPP, sort of like I did to you just now. And as an example, and she actually marked it example, we used kind of easy to calculate ELCCs to show the board, to illustrate to the board how the process works. This idea that Platte River restated the ELCCs and changed its mind, that came from that example slide. It was a hypothetical example, nothing more. So that's a very long answer to a very short question, but that is where the ELCC figures that were referenced in the comments came from.
So can I ask a follow up on that? Follow up on that question. So the slides that Mr. Kevin Cross from the public showed on there with the different ELCC limits on there are illustrative in nature.
I can't speak to the comments that or the slides that he showed in particular, but I can say I looked in the resource tab for the spreadsheet that they shared. And the snapshot or the screenshot of the slide that's in that spreadsheet cropped off the top part of the slide, and the top part of the slide said example calculation. It's the same slide.
Which I believe is included in that letter that we received. I don't know if it was also in the packet, but it was in the letter.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
All right. Simple one of my follow-ups.
Sure.
Once you join the Southwest Power Group, does your commitment to reach a certain renewable energy, does that change because now you're part of a larger group?
I think that the commitment stays the same because they're two separate things. When we made the commitment, our very aggressive carbon-free goals, we didn't do it in a vacuum and had a couple of guardrails. And the guardrails were we cannot become 100% carbon-free if it eviscerates affordability, if it destroys reliability. So we have to protect those two things. We can't do this in a vacuum. I think that the Southwest Power Pool gives us more tools to meet these goals. And certainly the bigger footprint gives us the capability to balance more things and add more wind and add more solar to the portfolio. But I think they are two separate concepts that can work together.
But your comment that it can enhance your capabilities, flip it around, it can hurt your capabilities. It's a two-way street. It's going to help and hurt. That's a concern of, I think, a lot of people, and certainly myself, is that you're joining a large pool of which, and I don't know who makes it up, and we don't have time for that, but maybe they don't meet whatever commitments they have given their people, and so they drag you down, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I really appreciate the comment. And to clarify just a little bit, because I didn't do a good job of this, obviously. We still, and all the other utilities in SPP still make the decisions about which types of power plants to build, how much wind we ought to have, how much solar we ought to have. SPP sets the rules about how much you can count of those to meet your resource adequacy requirement. And the amount changes depending on if it's summer or winter. And the amount also changes. We didn't get into this earlier, but I think it's really key to the conversation. The more of a certain type of resource that you bring on the system, the lower the ELCC value becomes. And so you could start with an ELCC of 30%, and you add more of the resource and it drops to 20, and you add more of the resource and it eventually drops to 10. And that's really just a function of what's on the system and how much we can count on to be reliable during those peak periods that I talked about earlier. But outside the accreditation, we remain in control of the types of generations we build, and so does everybody else that participates in SPP.
Okay.
That helps.
So it doesn't. I'm still but I'm not going to go. I have one other, and then I'll stop this. And I know you're an attorney, and attorneys are not often brief, so try to keep it brief. Tell me legally, what would be the requirements of Platte River when you join this group? Pros and cons. In other words, what are they obliged to do, and what are you obliged to do?
Sure. Do you mean in terms of carbon-free energy or just in general?
In a general, but pick out the ones. You know what we're talking about, so pick out those key elements.
Sure. What we have to do is bring enough accredited capacity to the table. That's after you apply all the ELCC stuff and you figure out how much you can count. We have to bring enough to the table to cover all of our demand, all of our usage, plus that reserve margin on top. We agree to interact with the market. We hand over some control to SPP of our transmission system, because then SPP becomes the one that processes the different requests from third parties to interconnect to the transmission system. So that's a piece that we give up. What we get is a bigger footprint, better balancing, more efficient operations of markets, more efficient dispatch of generation.
Thank you.
Can I ask some more acronym questions before we move away from the acronym?
For sure, yeah. And I'd like to also just, since we had all the public comments, just out of respect for the public comments, see if we can kind of focus on some of those comments that we heard. And then
That's
I know
what
we
these
have
are,
our individual questions.
actually.
Okay,
So that was
Let's do that.
His hand is raised.
And yeah, we see your hand, Commissioner Chalet.
So before we move away from the acronyms, though, I would like to, you did mention SPP and giving up some of the control. And somebody in the audience did ask the question of if you're joining the SPP, are they allowed to turn the turbines on or off? Are you giving up that kind of control? So when you're saying that we're not going to run them all the time, does Platte River retain control of when they get shut off and on? I have another acronym question.
So the way that the process works is every day. For planning today for tomorrow, SPP looks at all the generators on the system and the limitations of the wires, and it looks at the cost to operate everything, and it comes up with the very most efficient way to run everything in the entire footprint. And so the way that shakes out is wind, if it's available, always runs. Always runs. The only way that wind does not run is if you have a transmission constraint. That means the transmission power line got completely full and congested and it can't get the power out. Solar always runs, same circumstances, same conditions. After the wind and the solar dispatch, then you start to layer in other things like combustion turbines. And so it's kind of a long way to answer your question. SPP figures out when these things are necessary and when they're not, but they're always going to run the wind and the solar first. That's the way the dispatch system works.
Okay. And my last acronym question.
Just while we're on this topic, would you mind? So I heard one of the benefits of the SPP is that I think you said it brings kind of more options. Or could you maybe highlight kind of how that relationship with this group can further goals in terms of additional renewables and fewer emissions?
Sure. So if we try to do it on our own, right, without the benefit of a bigger pool or a bigger group, we would be limited in the amount of renewable energy that we could bring on, and that's because we would have to balance everything out, right? Or maybe we work with a different balancing authority to cooperate with us to try to balance everything out. But the beauty of SPP is its scale. It has a very large footprint in the west. It has a much bigger footprint in the east, and over time, the connectivity between the east and west is going to improve. And that scale gives it the capability to better balance out more carbon-free energy. It also gives us the capability to interconnect carbon-free energy to other utilities' wires in a more streamlined way. So if we find a site that's great for wind development, we have a pathway to get it to our customers, and it's much easier than it is with the current model. There's lots of efficiencies that we can unlock with this, and lots of options to help us have a higher percentage of carbon-free energy in the portfolio.
So more users of that renewables, because you now have kind of a bigger market that you can distribute to, and people who might be in need. Could it also be a crutch, though? I guess if those other kind of participants have other sources, and then now we're relying on these carbon-producing sources.
I don't think that we're any worse off than we would be without SPP, because we would still have our own portfolio. And even if others didn't have the type of carbon-free goals that we had, we would still have ours, and they would still run whenever they were available, particularly the wind, the solar, and the hydro. I don't know if that directly responds to your question or not.
Mm-hmm. Is there last follow-up on this one, I promise. Is there an incentive for kind of the members or participants of SPP to do more renewables? Are there stated goals kind of that are shared?
Yeah, it's a great question. Great question. I would say that those decisions are made on a state-by-state basis. Obviously, Colorado has much different goals and priorities than Nebraska and Kansas and some of the other states. And so really that decision-making is made at the PUC level, at the local control level, in the case of Platte River, instead of by SPP.
Okay, thank you.
Is this project a prerequisite of joining SPP?
It is not a prerequisite to join SPP, but what it does is it will help us meet our resource adequacy requirement. So the concept I talked about earlier, that you have to bring enough machinery to the table that's accredited enough to cover off all of your usage, we have to have it for that.
That leads me into my next. Sure. That's fine. Thank you. I understand what you're getting at, but then you have to bring the right tools to the table, and you're getting those numbers and that equipment from the IRP, right? So here's moving into my last acronym question. The review of the IRP and the NREL. I heard a lot of folks asking, why you won't share your own data and reports, and then why you won't use taxpayers' money to submit to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory studies. Why the reluctance to go through that?
Yeah, that's a great question. The not sharing data is kind of a surprise to me because Platte River is in many degrees, there are many ways an open book. A lot of our stuff is open for review. In fact, the vast majority of it is, and much of the information we use, unless it's some special class of confidential information, is available to the public. And so I would have to get more detail on kind of what that complaint was about not providing that information to the people that wanted it.
And Commissioner, if you don't mind, Ash, I can hop in here. Commissioner King, so thank you for that question. So it's not a reluctance that Platte River Power Authority had to pursue a third-party review. Our board of directors, which is our regulating entity, are the ones who define the process in which our IRP will need to walk through in order for it to be successfully submitted to WAPA, who requires the IRP process. And so our board of directors are the ones who have defined that plan, and ultimately were the ones who approved that IRP. And so that IRP went through a series of reviews from our consultants and the vendors that we had to work with through the studies, and all of those studies are in fact published on our website, have been distributed to everyone who has requested to receive that on our distribution list. And through that process is what our board approved and then submitted to WAPA. And there are very specific requirements that WAPA outlines. There was a comment about, Platte River defines how we put together the IRP, the requirements that we need to meet, and what we need to for it to be approved. That is not the case. It's WAPA who defines those requirements that we will need to meet.
Would you be at all willing, since you hear all of the outcry from the public, to be a part of a third party, like to either allow a third party to evaluate your IRP,
Our integrated resource plan,
or to be subject to the same planning process by NREL?
So that would be at the discretion of our board. Our board of directors would need to make that ultimate determination and direct our CEO to pursue that path.
I guess I feel like people have been asking that, and have people approached your board, and have they given a yes or a no? And
we have received comment through multiple platforms, whether it be at a city council meeting or our board of director meeting. But again, it was at the discretion of our board that ultimately made the decision to go ahead and approve our IRP and then therefore submit it to WAPA.
I think it's probably helpful to point out too that your board is comprised of, it sounds like, elective and also technical representatives of the communities that you serve. So Fort Collins, Loveland, Estes Park, we heard from earlier.
Yes.
Longmont.
Yes, our board does indeed represent the municipalities, the 4 municipalities that we serve. As you've mentioned, Commissioner Rowe, the 4 mayors by default, as the way our bylaws are written, sit on our board unless they choose to delegate to another person on their elected body, their council. And then they appoint that second representative. And you heard from 2 of those representatives tonight. Typically, it is a utility director who sits more in the technical space for our organization to help guide Platte River Power Authority and provide their input. So it certainly is a community board and serves at the pleasure of their constituency.
So to that point, and I think it's so important that maybe I highlight it just a little bit. Platte River is others have said, and we've discussed a few times, does not operate to generate a profit. That's not what our business model is. Instead, we sell the power and the energy that we make to our member owners, to the communities that we serve, at our cost. We don't have a built-in profit margin. And when a lot of times when you see the very rigorous type of third-party review of IRPs, that comes in the context of investor-owned for-profit utilities. And that makes sense if you think about it, because if you have a utility that's going to make a profit when they build a new plant, you want to be sure that the plant is necessary. You need to be sure that if the customers are going to pay for it, that it's legitimate and that it's the best strategy and so on and so forth. For us, without the profit motive and sort of the very organic, very locally controlled board that we have, it doesn't make quite as much sense as it does for investor-owned utility.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. I'm just going to quickly kind of hit on a couple of themes that I heard from some of the public comments. If someone can speak
Chair
more
Rowe, point of order, can I ask a question on the same theme of what they were just talking about? I've had my hand up for a little while.
Yep, sure. I know. I think there's a lot of us that want to speak, but if it's on that topic, yeah, why don't you jump in, Commissioner Chalet?
Okay. Couple things. When Commissioner King asked you quite directly whether or not SPP would control what gets used and turned on at this local plant, and you didn't actually directly answer it. So could you specify very specifically, yes or no, will the SPP have the ability to turn the turbines on and off and use that energy?
SPP will tell us when it needs the turbines.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question is, again, on the SPP, you said that it isn't a requirement that you build these turbines, but is it not a necessity in order to make this partnership happen? Because otherwise you won't have what you need to bring to the table?
Yeah, it's a great question. So as our resource mix sits today, we have enough capacity to meet our resource adequacy requirements in SPP. That's if you include the coal-fired power plant that we're going to retire late 2029. After that plant retires, and after we use wind and solar to provide our base load energy, we will need the gas plant to meet our resource adequacy requirements.
So without the gas plant, you, in essence, can't join SPP?
We can join SPP, but to remain compliant after we shut down Rawhide Unit 1, we will have to have the gas plant.
Or other, and you have to have the, do you have to have the gas plant, or if you had enough renewables and alternate energy to still meet the requirements, would you then be in compliance?
Yeah, sure. That's a fair point and a good nuance, is that you would have to have enough accredited capacity to meet your requirements, which means in the case of renewables, you would have to stack up many multiples of what our customers' load is to get enough accredited capacity to meet that requirement.
Would battery storage also be accredited?
Yeah, great question. I love this stuff. So batteries are subject to an ELCC, which means that you don't get to claim 100% of the battery. You claim something less. Typically, the ELCC is going to be higher than what you get for wind and for solar, but it's not going to be 100%, and it's going to be a pretty big D-rate. And I might clarify too, just to make sure we're all on the same page, and in the interest of transparency, we have the 2024 ELCC numbers in the SPP East. SPP is still crunching the ELCC numbers for the West. We don't have that yet. SPP doesn't have it yet. We think that it's going to be pretty similar to the East. Our own internal projections show it's going to be pretty similar to that. But I just wanted to be fair and transparent and say that we're still waiting from SPP to figure out what the final ELCC numbers are for summer and for winter in the West, and what the final PRM number is in the West.
Okay. I want to be sure that the driving force behind this 1041 application is to provide a utility to the people of Larimer County or in the Front Range, because I mean Longmont isn't Larimer County anymore or at all, and not your ability to join SPP, because that's a burden on Larimer County residents that they that isn't very well spelled out in the 1041 application process.
Right.
So if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that we focus on the 1041 permit before us and the related review criteria.
Yep.
And maybe a little less on the organizational makeup itself to try and hone in on the application.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Axmaker. Yeah, I think the kind of the public comments is that opportunity maybe to kind of stray outside the lines here a little bit. But yeah, just maybe a reminder for commissioners in our decision here, it's a land use decision. So we need to be focused on the criteria that have been set out in the 1041 application. So if we can kind of focus our questions and also consideration around that criteria, I think that'll be helpful. So
I have one quickly on that. Power plant review criteria, one that's highlighted is purpose and need. Quickly, yes or no? We had a community comment saying that if the coal plant shuts down, do we have enough existing generation capacity with the existing turbines to meet demand? Yes or no?
I believe the answer to that is no. I would confirm with my colleague Jason Sponsky just to confirm that.
yeah, I'd agree. No.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Eggleston.
On just to estimate, based on what needs to be generated, do you have an estimate what type of load we're using tonight at nearly 0 degrees, and if our renewable without the coal could handle tonight's load?
I actually looked right before I left my office, and we were at all 4 cities were just under 500 megawatts.
And would that be able to be sustainable with a renewable and our current gas turbines without the coal, without Unit 1?
As of right now, no.
Okay.
So just as a reminder, our gas is, $3.93, something like that. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, Commissioner Weiss, and then I have written down just kind of a few other topics that I heard through the public comments that I want to hit. But Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. What's your projected increase in electricity over, say, the next 5 years with the population growth, new industries coming in? So we know what you can produce today for the current use, but what's your projections, say, up to like 2029?
It's a great question. I'm not of much use at the moment. I apologize. I will probably defer to another one of my colleagues to better answer that.
Commissioner, that's a great question. We'll have to follow up with you on the more specific number on what our projected growth, unless I can get that in the time that we're filling these questions.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I'd love to hear just a little bit more on air quality. That was kind of a fairly consistent topic from the public. Distributed resources was mentioned a few times. I assume that's probably not in your control, but if you guys could respond to that and kind of give us some just respond to some of the comments around that. Also, I guess what's preventing us now from doing more renewables? Obviously, there is this renewable relationship to the the carbon producing tech that you can turn on and off, but have we exceeded that balance, that threshold, that we need more of those sources before we can do more renewables? I think that was one of the questions that I also wrote down. And then I think we've tackled, honestly, some of the other ones already just in our acronym conversation, but
Sure. Yeah, no, the environmental world is great at acronyms, so it's kind of never ending. I can start to address the topic about the pace at which renewables are being implemented onto our portfolio, and I'll probably defer to some of my colleagues to better get into the technical components. But there's been several projects that have been successful that are on our portfolio now. One of those being Roundhouse project. It's a 225 megawatt wind project on the southern portion of Wyoming. It's been one of the better wind projects probably in the country, and we're very happy to have that. And that project coming on alone instantly moved us to almost a third of our portfolio starting to be actual non-carbon in real time. Since then, and kind of in parallel, we've been able to add additional solar to the Rawhide energy station facility. And so we have 52 megawatts of capacity of solar with a 2 megawatt energy battery, as we indicated in the slides. And then there's the ongoing project with Black Hollow Solar out in Weld County, adding 150 megawatts with additional solar coming on as well. And more conversation and negotiations with kind of this purchase power agreement concept that we were talking about. So there has been and continues to be substantial renewable integration. Some of these processes are not quick, as you can imagine, but it is a priority of Platte River to kind of make this transition and kind of go back to what we were talking about. The 200 megawatts of natural gas complement 760 megawatts of solar and wind. So it's kind of two parallel paths. We're here tonight, to discuss the 1041 for these gas turbines, but there are several other projects running in parallel that will drastically reduce our carbon portfolio, allow us to meet the state goals that we are required, some capacity to kind of get to through Unit 1's retirement. And I can tell you that we are committed to getting as close to the 100% non-carbon as quickly as we can. It's just that as we continue to evaluate these technologies in the path forward, we still see some challenges with some of these technologies needing to mature so that we can continue to protect the reliability component. I think, we have the three pillars of the company with reliability, financial sustainability, environmental responsibility, which is I'm biased with. And I think what we're proposing tonight protects all three the best that we possibly can. It's not absolute on one or the other, because I don't think we can be, but we have to continue to protect the three pillars, which were foundational to the resource diversification policy concept back in 2018, making sure we can make this transition, but protecting the things that are so critical to the constituents of Larimer County. And I would kind of defer to my other colleagues here that can maybe speak a little bit more technically as to what we're looking at or the pace at which other renewables are being integrated.
Yeah, and then, please, if there's more to say on that, and kind of keep it brief and then move to those last topics.
Follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Barrick and Commissioner Slutsky.
I was just curious, when you guys were doing the financial analysis of doing more renewable energy versus this project, it was mentioned that this was more affordable for ratepayers. I heard 3.6%, I heard 6%. I'm sure there's a spectrum in there of what people took away from what their rate increase would be, but I am curious what the delta was between this project and what the increase would be for ratepayers, and whether there was the opportunity to ask them if they were willing to take on that additional increase for the sake of putting their values forward.
I can tee this up a little bit and probably will defer back.
Go ahead.
So the 6.3% rate increase that's being referenced, I think it's important to make clear that is not a direct correlation to this project. The investment that we need to make in the new generation, which is in the $300 to $400 million ballpark, but that 6.3% rate increase is a reflection of a multi-billion-dollar investment we as a company need to make, and a bulk of those costs being tied to the PPAs that we were talking about with being solar and wind. I think as the IRP was evaluated, that scenario or that portfolio that said, okay, we buy no new carbon, no new units that can combust natural gas or any type of fuel, if we just completely go on solar, batteries, and wind, what does that price tag look like? And it was on the order of a few more $1 billion. I can't speak to what the actual rate increase would be, perhaps one of my colleagues can, but when we say it was trying to protect that financial responsibility, that doesn't mean it doesn't have a cost. I think I mentioned there was no path forward that doesn't have some type of cost, given that this project is going to require us to retire Unit 1, but it's a paid-for asset with no debt at the moment. So buying new assets, getting into these PPAs for solar and wind, there's going to be some type of cost. I think what we're proposing tonight in this 1041 application does the best to keep it financially responsible, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a cost.
Commissioner, we did not run a very specific wholesale rate study when it came to the what I would call more expensive portfolios that were in our IRP, only because we knew that would be exorbitantly more expensive. Just to give a perspective, the portfolio that we ended up running that did not add any new thermal dispatchable capacity, such as these aeroderivative turbines, and leaned very heavily on the batteries. That portfolio was costing around $5 billion. Right now, we're looking at an investment of around $2.8 billion to what Matt was just speaking to, and that is that wholesale rate that we ended up basing that projection on.
Yeah, and I guess not to deviate too much, I'm super excited to talk about air quality. That is actually what I am an expert in, but I'll wait for kind of specific questions because I do think there is some context I can provide, and I would like to also provide a little bit of insight into the other permitting path that we're going upon, which is the air permit with Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, which has very stringent standards both at a state and federal level, and there has been extensive work done to show that air quality is being protected even with this project being implemented.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think we'll have more questions on that, but thanks for your patience, Commissioner Slutsky, please.
Well, I do have some air quality questions. So, one of the selling points for environmental impact for this project is reduction of greenhouse gases, ozone precursors, and the first 2 years of this project, as was noted by some of the comments, or at least one, is that in those first 2 years, we're actually going to see increases in those emissions. And then I believe it was you said that the various generators, the coal plant, the new turbines, they will not be all running at full capacity. Is that
right? So to touch on, there's a concept of what will actually get emitted versus what we will be permitted to emit. So on paper, we will have the ability, if we ran everything to permit limits, yes, there would be a greater impact from an air quality perspective coming from the facility. We actually ran detailed air quality modeling in that hypothetical scenario, knowing that it was practically very not probable, but we still wanted to make sure that we were protecting air quality and running those scenarios that produce the greatest impact. So to your first question, there is no guarantee that air emissions will go up. I think if you look at it on paper, potential emissions are more, but what actually gets emitted from the facility is still to be determined because we're still working on this integration process and how we're going to test and tune these units with Unit 1 available, with the frame units available. But I think I could confidently say that it's very unlikely and potentially not possible, given some of the infrastructure, to have everything on at full load at the same time.
one of the criteria that you have to pass basically has to do with environmental impacts, and we don't really have a number. We know what the worst case scenario is. You just add up the emissions from all the parts, and that's all we have to work on. So how do we know what the environmental impact, the air quality, these emissions, what will they be? We don't know, and you don't know.
Well, so we do have a sense of what they can potentially emit, but I think we do have a sense of, when we're talking about protecting public health, we have ran those extreme scenarios, and the results of the air quality modeling prove that public health is protected in the form of air quality standards. So there's a very strict process that we have to follow from an air quality modeling that looks at each pollutant being emitted from the units themselves, and then if there's enough of an impact, how do we evaluate emissions for certain pollutants using the entire facility being operated?
Well, if we just look at CO2e, that's not a public health issue. There's no local impacts from greenhouse gases. That's a global problem. And then the results of that could be local. But what are just focusing on the greenhouse gases, what are the first year, second year, what are those emissions going to be?
So, I mean, I think we are still kind of determining what the operation of those turbines will be in those 2 years. I can say that when they are running, they will be the most efficient, least emitting carbon units we have on site. And as we alluded to, there could be scenarios where, as we're testing load, without these units, we maybe would be calling upon the existing frame units. But there's a chance that the load that these units produce would allow one of those units to maybe not be called upon. So it still is somewhat speculative. I can appreciate and understand your question. I can't speak to too much certainty. From the carbon perspective, I think when you look beyond 2030, there is this 2028 to 2030 timeframe where there's overlapped. We're still working through it. There's still probably conversations we anticipate with CDPHE about what they expect to see, because I think from their perspective, they would want to make sure that things don't increase unreasonably in that time frame, because we're asking for some flexibility to prove the units. But I think post 2030, once Unit 1 is gone, we have very definitive data that that overall carbon footprint from Rawhide is going to at least be 80%, but probably much greater.
Because of the retirement of Unit 1.
Correct, yes, sir.
That I haven't noticed really anywhere in your packet where you talk about methane emissions, which is a greenhouse gas, and you haven't talked about if you're monitoring that. Leaks are a fairly big deal. They can actually negate a lot of what you're doing by closing down one power plant and then bringing on 5 other gas-powered plants. You have some idea of what we can expect for methane leaks, and do you have any detection monitors?
I can take that one, Matt. I'd like to add a little bit onto the previous comment, though. So we don't actually have the ability to run in those 2 years. We have a transmission constraint. We actually cannot run all of our generation at the same time, full out. So we don't have that ability. To answer your other question, yes, there is leak detection, as there is right now for our existing gas turbines. So it's called a lower explosive limit, an LEL, and you get an alarm in the control room, and then you isolate and fix it. So the new generation would have the same.
I did just want to provide one clarifying comment. I know there's a lot of reference to these plants as being methane gas. I believe it is accurate to describe that natural gas is predominantly methane, but once combusted, it's almost entirely carbon dioxide. And I know there is some nuance when we talk about carbon dioxide equivalent, which is basically taking various greenhouse gases and you try and standardize it to carbon dioxide. And there's no doubt that methane, N2O, SF6, other type of hydrocarbons have greater global warming potential. So I just wanted to provide that clarity that, yes, leaks are certainly something to be aware of, but the actual combustion of the units, it's natural gas. The majority of the mix from a greenhouse gas perspective will be carbon dioxide. I do have a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Weiss.
So I've been sitting here listening to everybody, and I've been listening to the applicant, and it seems like you have some information, but you don't have all the information, even worst case scenarios that you could present to us. So my question is there the possibility of putting off this particular permit request, say, for another 12 months to give you the opportunity to come up with numbers that you can share with the general public? And then assuming those numbers are at least doable, then reinitiate the permit. I realize constraints. I understand that. But I think there's a lot of information that's still missing. So that's, I guess, my question. Is there a possibility of that?
So thanks for the question. Just to clarify, is the question that more time is needed to know how the units will run in the 2 years leading up to Unit 1's retirement? Because I think we do have public information available as to what the kind of maximum potential to emit of these turbines could be, as well as what worst case air quality impacts could potentially be. And that's all requirements tied to the air permit process.
I think the question is, you've heard a lot of the public concerns and some of the information that maybe they don't have for one reason or another. You've heard some of the questions that the commissioners have asked you. You've suggested that some of the numbers maybe exist, but they don't exist, at least right this moment. I would even, if you can't give us an actual, I would even rather see a worst case scenario. So I guess so it doesn't seem like you have all the information yet. You may be waiting for some, but it's not all here yet. And considering the time limit on this particular permit application, All I'm suggesting is whether or not it may suit you and the public better to maybe put this off until all that information is more readily available and then go through the permit application.
Yeah, no, thank you. And again, I just want to clarify, when you say worst case scenario, what?
Everything running at one time.
So I think they said they can't run it all at once because they don't have the interconnection to do that.
Right, but you're going to have, all right, but you can run various scenarios. I know you can do that, whether you have it now or not. You can run the various scenarios, how much power, what's running, what isn't running. I've seen that done many times with other folks, so you can do that. That's the kind of information I think would be very useful.
Sure, and so again, just to take a step back, I think estimating what usage impacts would be, it's a very nuanced, kind of almost endless iteration, right? Is it one, is it two, is it all these types of different scenarios, varying different type of loads, whether it's at 100% load base, or we've been given what they call minimum emission compliance level. So the lowest amount of operation that unit can have, will it still complies with emission standards? And that's basically 50% load. It varies a little bit with ambient conditions. I think we can definitively say we have looked at the worst case scenario with everything running, whether it can practically happen or not. I think that was somewhat of a conservative tactic we took to make sure that when we're presenting information to the various bodies, we've shown you what the worst case actually is, whether it can actually happen or not. And we can estimate emissions. Whether that's what actually comes out of the stack or not, I think is to that uncertainty. However, I think we can confirm it's only going to go down as practical situations and actual situations take place. So I think we have looked at worst case scenario. I think we have looked at what that maximum air quality impact could be. And we would assume that any practical real operation is only going to be less of an impact based on that baseline scenario. To answer your other question, I think from a timeline perspective, we are running fairly tight timelines to begin with. And I know it sounds like 2030 is so far away, but we're already multiple years into this project just to be able to get here to tonight. So a 12-month delay just on the air permit, for to say, or even here, would drastically start to create timeline crunches that could start to cause the project to be very pinched and maybe unsuccessful. And I would say, too, that we've seen throughout this process as well, just the supply chain issues, just the ability to get what used to be basic equipment. Maybe it was a handful of months, it would change to years in the span of a quarter. So I can appreciate the comment, but unfortunately, I don't know if we have the luxury of much more time to delay anything at this point.
Can you remind me who set the decommissioning deadline for 2030, 2029? Is that an internal goal or is that a state?
Go ahead. And Commissioner Chalet, we'll get to you next.
So I can provide a little bit of context. It was an initiative that Platte River put forward to kind of follow the resource diversification policy. It did align with other state policy that was in play. It got further codified in a more federal process with the regional HAZE process. So basically making periodic every 10-year assessments to see how emissions impact what they call Class 1 areas. Rocky Mountain National Park is one of them. And you're subject to assess what your impact is to those areas based on locale. So it got codified in a state implementation plan, another acronym, and basically made it a federal requirement that Unit 1 has to be retired by the end of 2029.
So delaying that is not an option.
That is not an option. That's federal law.
That's what I was going to also add to the timeline comment to question from Commissioner Weiss is it is imperative that we take that time for us to test our generation portfolio and the dynamics between them, and that time frame that we're giving ourselves, that year and a half, which is generous at this point, is crucial in order to sustain that reliability.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Chalet?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, on the subject of air quality. So one of the criteria that you are required to meet is criteria E, which is about environment, and the first E1 is air quality. And when I am looking at the packet that we got, one of the sentences that stood out to me that I was a little concerned, well, really concerned about, states, while the Rawhide turbine project will increase air pollutant emissions during both construction and operation, it's considered a minor modification. And my question is, how do you reconcile that statement with the requirement that you must meet on this air quality requirement where it says that the proposed project incorporates and reflects the growth, development, and environmental and mitigation policies in the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan? And in the Larimer County Comprehensive Plan, it very specifically talks about reducing these things. And my concern is construction is going to take what, a year, maybe 2?
We're conservatively assuming about 2 years for construction.
Right. So you have 2 years of construction with 300 employees at the maximum and 2 years of testing, all with a coal plant. In this comment, or in this narrative, it talks about encouraging employees to use electric vehicles or shuttling or carpooling, but we're talking about installing methane burning equipment that will, for the long term, affect this Front Range area. And I recognize that Rawhide is not in the non-attainment zone. I live in between you and the attainment zone, right? And the terrain of Colorado does not help us. And I recognize that, right? Everything is going up in the mountains, it all gets stuck here, all of that. So my question to you is, how are you actually meeting this requirement when, for the foreseeable future, you're actually going to be adding to the problem, not mitigating the problem?
And thank you, Commissioner. So I think there are several items within the application and what we've identified as the technical review process that will have procedures and plans in place that will monitor and mitigate emissions as much as we practically can. So when you look at construction activities, there are mobile sources, there's fugitive dust. That's a high focus of Platte River. And I believe even one of the contingencies from our plan is to develop an air quality management plan beyond fugitive dust to try and make sure that through the non-attainment area, which if you look at I-25, you kind of have to go up through I-25 to get to Rawhide. How can we be conscious and sensitive and minimize the impact to that area, given that these activities have to happen? We currently have a fugitive dust control plan on site that's required from our operating air permits. And so there would have to be alignment to that in addition to developing a project-specific fugitive dust plan to mitigate those emissions. I will kind of come back to this overlap period. I think I would come back to on paper, there is this potential where this unit and all these units combined could, in theory, on paper run. I think from a permitting perspective, you tend to take a more conservative approach to allow the flexibility of operations to make sure that you can do as much as you practically think you can and protect all of the regulations that we're subject to, as well as analyze all the impacts that we might have. And I think the reason why the other question, the minor modification, that is a direct correlation to Unit 1's retirement. So beyond itself, this air permitting exercise would probably not fall into that category. However, when you look at the addition of these turbines and the timeline to when they're going to be retiring Unit 1, and I think we kind of go back to the slide that we provided, there's a drastic reduction in emissions with this net process. And so that's what allows, at least from the air permitting standpoint, to be a minor modification, because there is a legit net reduction across the board for all pollutants when you factor in the large portion of emissions that are going away for Unit 1.
What's that net reduction? Because I know that in the information that was provided, it was touting these giant percentages compared to 2005 levels. Well, it's 2025. There's a massive amount more people here. We have a much larger problem in terms of the pollutants in our air from 20 2005 to 2025. So what's the actual benefit, overall reduction benefit from today to when this project's complete and up and running?
I think the simplest way to try and answer that is if you look at a world where Unit 1 is not available and not here. Today, we call upon a coal unit to provide baseload power 24/7. And recently, to kind of allow integration into markets, we've actually seen the load of that unit kind of vary. Whereas historically, these units were designed to run at baseload, maximum output, maximum fuel consumption. In a world beyond Unit 1, you've got more flexible, more efficient, natural gas, a different type of fuel units running. And there is that concept of baseload versus as needed. So there is never a world where these turbines will be legally allowed from an air permitting perspective to run 8760. We will not be allowed to do that. We have not asked to do that because we don't see these turbines being needed for that. So I guess to answer your question, Commissioner, coal is going away. Efficient, flexible natural gas is coming on board that will also allow deeper renewable penetration in our portfolio. And when units do need to run on fuel, 2030 and beyond, the carbon footprint of Rawhide and as well as the footprint of other pollutants is going to be drastically lower.
Okay, and with your lack of total control over when the turbines run because of your thing with SPP, do you have the ability when it's a bad air pollutant day to decline to run them?
I might defer to my colleague Ash, who might have a better understanding of the SPP.
Hi, it's me again.
Hi.
Could you let me clarify that I understood what you're asking? Are you saying that if there's some condition that would cause the unit to be outside of its air permit, could we tell SPP no, we can't run the unit during that time?
What I'm saying to you is that there are days where the air pollutants are high, right? Ozone's high. We're supposed to minimize any impacts to that, right? And I live in Wellington, so I'm used to all the different industrial things that happen and the restrictions that are on them. My question is, we don't need it in Colorado. We're good on the renewable energy that day that we already have, right? We're pulling from wind and we're pulling from solar. But SPP, because now we're part of this conglomerate, needs you to use those turbines and they control the ability to tell you to turn them on. Can you decline? If it is not a day I don't think it's ever a good idea, frankly, but if you have to, right? Like I like to turn my lights on, so I get that. But if it's a day where you wouldn't have them on, but for what they need, can you decline?
You can decline if running the units would cause them to go outside of their permit limitations.
But not in a preventative measure for the surrounding communities that are impacted by those.
As long as it had the capability to meet the permit limitations, it would be eligible to run. That doesn't mean that it will, but it would be eligible to run.
Okay, and then final question. Have you had violations at this plant in the last, 5-10 years?
I'll happily have to hand the baton for that one because I can't speak to that. So please stand by.
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner. I just want to clarify, is the question, have we had air quality violations within the last 5 to 10 years? So we did have an event back in, I believe, in 2022 that was on record, that was submitted to Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And we did have an instance where there was some malfunctioning equipment on the site, and it caused elevated emissions. I'd have to go back to specifically understand what's going that event. Sorry, but we did work with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment through an enforcement action, and we did get to a conclusion on that event. We have not had any reportable events in the last 18 months of operation.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions.
I did just want to clarify one other thing, Commissioner, kind of going back to what does the future look like and how is this better? Also take into fact that when these turbines, the new aeroderivatives are running, we will have top tier control technologies on them. So although NOx, CO, VOCs, things we're very concerned about carbon dioxide, which that there's no control for that. But the top tier control technologies are SCR, selective catalytic reduction, which is going to control the NOx. And then oxidation catalysis will be able to reduce both CO and VOCs. So those post-combustion controls are also another component to this technology. When it needs to run, we're reducing and minimizing our impact as much as we practically can.
And will you be deferring to these new turbines over the existing ones? Is there a process where the more efficient ones are the ones that turn on?
I will confirm with my colleague Ash, but I believe the market sees these turbines as much more favorable than our existing frame units, which is why the need for this project is so critical.
Yeah, sure, I can elaborate just a little bit. The way that the existing turbines and the new turbines are going to either get the instruction to operate or not operate in the market is going to depend primarily on what it costs to operate the turbines. And so the short answer based on that is that a more efficient turbine that can ramp faster would tend to run more than a less efficient turbine that was slower. It is a case-by-case basis. Lots of things can factor in and do factor in to how a unit's dispatched, but primarily the decision is an economic efficiency that's constrained by the capability of the transmission system to move power around.
And again, that decision, once you join this, it's not a conglomerate, this whatever it is out of your hands.
Yes, the dispatch instructions come from SPP, and so they make the decision whether to run the units or not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Slutsky.
So there are more efficient turbines than the ones you're looking at. And have you considered those? I'm talking about combined cycle turbines that are maybe half again as efficient as the ones you're looking at, fuel efficient.
Right. So a simple cycle is what was referenced. I won't get into the nuance of that, but it's basically one unit produces power. A combined cycle system can take two units, bring them together, or even take a turbine and some type of steam generator and make it more efficient. Probably will default to another colleague here, but my basic understanding is that for what we need these turbines to do, which is nimble, flexible, fast start, up and down, being able to fill the intermittency that solar and wind will create. Combined cycles, yes, when they're on are a very efficient system, they're not necessarily what's best to fill what the intermittency of solar and wind create.
I understand the startup time on those things is horrible, but you wouldn't have to have 5 of them.
Right. I might default to a colleague here that can maybe explain the combined cycle versus simple cycle a bit better.
Yeah, I think that's just the main point is you lose all flexibility. The biggest problem with a combined cycle is you just can't start it up that quick. And I think maybe the bigger point is you can't shut it down near as fast either. And you can't run them in simple cycle mode. So you either have to combine cycle or off. And there's kind of no in between. So that's like the main problem with a coal unit is it's steam generated. It takes forever to heat up and it takes forever to cool down. A combined cycle is just the same way. So yes, it is significantly more efficient than a simple cycle, but you lose all flexibility. So basically what you'd have to do is you'd have to park it at its minimum load and then ramp that up and down to balance your wind and solar. So you'd leave it on at minimum load all the time to be able to do that, burning more gas.
So are you saying that under some scenarios, you wouldn't have any of these turbines running after the retirement of Unit 1?
I would say quite often we will have no turbines running.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's kind of that as-needed basis. There's really no intention for these units to run unless they're absolutely needed to fill the intermittency that solar and wind are creating.
Okay.
Perhaps we should have set a time limit on that question and answer. Any other questions for the applicant before we let them go for the time being? Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
So before we do that, I just want to clarify with the applicant PRPA that this is your last chance to add any additional information or clarify any of the information that came up in the rebuttal.
Thanks, Jenny.
Ask them one question, the staff.
Yeah, we'll do some stuff.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much, Planning Commission and staff. And again, thank the referral agencies and staff for their very thorough review. At the end of the staff report, you see a number of conditions of approval. And those conditions are agreed upon by Platte River because they satisfy a number of the concerns that you've raised tonight. For example, there's a commitment number 14 that if approved tonight or recommended for approval, then we would provide an updated air quality report as we further specify the type of equipment and how it would be used. And so that helps to address Commissioner Weiss's question about having the right information. So we've made commitment to all of those conditions. We appreciate how those have been collaboratively developed to further reduce impacts and risks across the county.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that. And so, yeah, we can dispense with the applicant portion now, and we've let staff off the hook. So I think if we have some questions for staff on this item, otherwise we can move forward to deliberations.
And I'm just going to jump in really quick. Mr. Foote, I see you raising your hand, but the public hearing portion, the public comment portion is over. This will go to the BCC next, so you can submit public comment again and appear at that, but they won't be able to reopen the public comment period.
True.
Okay, one quick question for staff, please. If this was to go to technical review, would staff be in a position, depending on the results of that review, to somehow deny the technical review and therefore deny the permit?
If they could not satisfy the requirements of the conditions, then it would not be able to proceed.
All right, thank you.
Follow up on that. Is the air quality permit from the state a requirement of our technical review?
I don't believe that we made that a requirement of the technical review solely because they need to obtain that permit regardless. And that is in process currently. That's my understanding. So we didn't want to tie our process to the state's process or their requirements, knowing that state requirements can change, and we wanted the applicant to be able to address those concerns with the state as the jurisdiction.
Just to clarify on that as well, we would not be legally allowed to start construction until the air permit is issued as well.
Any other questions? Commissioner Slutsky?
Well, I did have more.
Okay.
Are the answers going to change your...
Well, yeah, with that, let's move into deliberations, and I'd entertain anybody's thoughts or emotion, or I'm happy to weigh in on my thinking. Go ahead.
Lisa's got her hand up.
Oh, Commissioner Chalet, sorry.
You're good. I just figured I'd share my thoughts and then listen to what everybody else had to say real quick. Having kind of gone through a similar process before, my concern lies really with what I was talking to the applicant about, which is much of what we do, and even in this 1041, ties back to the comprehensive plan and our land use code and what the intention is of Larimer County. And so I struggle to see how they've met criteria E specifically. I mean, you could get a little more broad and kind of start going down anything that has an environmental impact, because our air impacts so much. It impacts our water, our wildlife, all of that stuff. But just focusing on E, I feel like this is a process that they started in 2018. I had thought it was 2020 when they had declared that they wanted to be carbon free. And now we are here 7 years later, and now they're literally just basically swapping out something that's not quite as bad, but the immediate impacts for the next 4 to 5 years make it actually worse. And I don't think that it's responsible for us to say, oh, well, for 4 or 5 years, it's okay if it's worse, because the criteria very specifically outlines that it actually needs to improve things, not keep the status quo. And the lack of control on whether or not something gets turned on or off, that when that being removed, to me is irresponsible, because when we have air quality alerts, people are supposed to minimize their driving. There's so much that we need to do, and I just don't see how this meets the criteria, looking at it in the most plain sense of the word. So giving them all the benefits of the doubt. So for that reason, I can't support this. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Commissioner Shalai. Commissioner Eagleson.
So, looking at the time frame and the current technologies that's available to us, this is the best case scenario, because come 2030, if we don't approve this and we don't have these turbines in order, we will not be able to meet the baseline. So even tonight, we don't have enough capacity to keep all the lights on in Larimer County in 2030 at 0 degree temperature or 100 degree temperature. So based on time frame of construction and resource generation and the current technology that's available, long cycle batteries are probably decade plus away. Hydrogen's not a reliable source or technology yet. So based on technology that's available and based on what they're presenting tonight, this is the best case scenario that we can go with to mitigate our concerns about climate change and the environment, but still allow us to have power for our citizens and residents of Larimer County. So I think it's a good compromise, and I think there's opportunities in the future to modify and adjust as technologies become available and cost effective, because the first adapters of long cycle batteries or the next technology will be significantly more expensive than what we're currently looking at. And if we're worried about a 6.3% increase of rates now, those increases will be exponentially higher. So for affordability, for keeping our lights on, and for meeting the needs of our residents, this is the best option and best situation that we can actually have. So I support moving forward with the permit, because I think they've done a decent due diligence. Is it perfect? No, but I've never seen a perfect plan or development. So I approve this, and I think this is what we need for our community now and into the future.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Eggleston. Commissioner Barrick, you look like you wanted to say something.
Oh, all right. My turn. I appreciate the comments that both of my fellow commissioners just made. I'm kind of weighing them. I guess I want to start by just thanking the public who came tonight. Most of them are not still here, and I don't blame them. But I do feel like showing up is an important part of the civic process, and I always want to recognize that. I also wanted to recognize Kenna, who came and spoke and said that he was speaking on behalf of his generation, and I think encouraging youth to also participate is an important part. And so I just wanted to point that out. So I'm on the fence with this still, and I don't take that lightly, because I know what energy means for our economy and for our business livelihoods and for our folks as individuals. And this planning commission has made me, or heard me say this several times at this point, years later. We sit up here and we make decisions on infrastructure pieces that are going to be around for 50 to 100 years. This one, I heard 30 years, maybe at most. But that still puts us into 2055. And so I have concerns about the addition of natural gas for energy infrastructure, and especially as it relates to methane. And Weld County, our neighbors to the east, is in one of the top 12 regions that leak methane emissions in the whole country. And we can't control that, but we can control what happens here in Larimer County. And that's more on the natural gas supply side. And we are then a user of that product with a natural gas power plant. And I think it's really important in today's world to just stay true and hold the line for our values. And so to point out those values and the review criteria on review criteria C on page 235 of our board packet says the applicant has adequately considered reasonable sitting and design alternatives, blah, blah, blah. The proposed project is the best alternative available based on considerations of consistency with the comprehensive plan, land use code, need, and existing technology. And so for that, I kind of wanted to point to our comprehensive plan, and in particular, the energy provisions within the policy framework, section 14, and points 4.1 that says encourage opportunities for wind, solar, battery, and future renewable energy sources. 4.2, support municipal and private utility plans that will provide customers with choices to utilize carbon-free energy. And 4.4, promote local scale production of renewable energy, i.e. rooftop solar, small-scale wind, to address the risks associated with utility provisions, lifeline services, grid failure in mountain communities. The comprehensive plan doesn't list out the addition of new natural gas power plants. And so this just makes me question the purpose and need a little bit. And although this looks like, and I hear, and I also really want to consider the significance that this is the best option we have right now. And although this looks like the least expensive option at this time, I'm concerned that our community and our ratepayers are going to actually end up paying twice for infrastructure upgrades anyway in the end. Especially, this is feeling like it's a little bit of a Band-Aid until renewable energy catches up. And so what could we be doing today to prevent having to do another round of infrastructure upgrades in the near future? And I'm also concerned about joining the SPP and giving up some control. No pun intended, but it would be pretty powerful if our community remains self-sufficient in our energy generation. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Cassidy.
I appreciate all the presentations and especially everything that the community has said as well. I think the big part was that they have a board here that doesn't sound like they were willing to do the NREL review. I don't know if that's something that might be forthcoming or possible in the future, but I would encourage it. And I think the other part of it is, although we have a 280 megawatt coal-fired unit, it sounds like you possibly could decommission it earlier than 2030, but probably will not be doing so. So I guess looking at the options that we have available, I guess from my perspective, I'm concerned that you guys are doing what's best for the community, but I also appreciate the fact that the community has showed up and voiced their concerns as well. So I guess I would encourage you guys to listen to what they have said and please provide the information that they've asked for as well. So thank you.
Any others? Yeah, Commissioner Slutsky.
I feel a little torn about this because I really advocate for clean air and combating climate change in particular. This greenhouse gases are kind of a cumulative kind of thing. So the greenhouse gases that are put in the air today or in 2028 or 2030, those are going to be around for, some say, as much as 1,000 years. But whatever it is, they're going to be around for a long time. Not so much the ozone precursors. They're here today, basically gone tomorrow. So really, for me, this is more about climate change. And as those first 2 years go by, I think there's going to be more greenhouse gases emitted into the air that will accumulate. The opposite is true. If you shut down the unit 1, they go away. If you don't bring on more turbines, they are not replaced at all. And so it is kind of, for me, a conundrum. and maybe, for me personally, I have to balance all of that with local needs. And I find it a public health issue for not having enough electricity to take care of our elderly that have needs for electric support in their homes, or for being able to run our EVs, or to supply our hospitals with electricity, or our county infrastructure. Those are all things that are local that will be impacted if we do not have enough baseline. And so I do try and balance all that. And I just don't, what comes for me to the top is taking care of our community. And that doesn't mean so much reducing greenhouse gases on an immediate basis. Over time, yeah. Over a short period of time, yes. But I think that we need to take care of ourselves a little bit. And I think that's the way to do it is to have these generators that won't be used all the time. I guess I'm disappointed that we don't have any more numbers to say this is what we're going to need, and these are all going to run very infrequently. But I still, I think we need to have this baseline, and so I will support the motion or the permit approval.
Commissioner King, you just go around the table here.
I guess so. Thanks, y'all, for all of the information and for fielding all our questions. And thanks, everybody, for showing up who's here. And thanks, staff. I think I feel like the person who spoke about false choices kind of sums up the way I feel about it. I think that you have presented very strong evidence to support what you want us to do. And I am disappointed that even with long-term loud outcry to city council, to your board, that the folks that pay for the power plant that you want have asked for a third-party evaluation, and you've just said, nope, it's our numbers or no numbers. And I don't think that I could take your word for how it's going to mitigate, or how you're planning on mitigating environmental impacts, since you're only taking your own word for it. That just doesn't sit right with me. I think also, I've got a 15-year-old, and he would be very disappointed if I didn't take into account the number or letter E in here, or air affects rivers, streams, and wetlands. I can see so many subjective reasons why, even though staff says that you've met the criteria, that is meeting the criteria in a very short-sighted, very what do we need right now way. And so I just can't in good conscience vote for it. But I appreciate your time.
Commissioner Weiss.
Well, I learned a lot tonight. I find fault and benefits from everybody. This is not a political commission, but if you look back at who kind of benefits from the facility, the public certainly has an avenue to make their voice heard. They've made certain choices. It's not for me to question, in part because I don't live in any of those communities to begin with. but it is disturbing. I've also dealt, not in power plants, I've dealt with fairly large corporations and a number of other things in my previous life. So I kind of understand how corporations work. I would have rather you not bring up the point that you were going to join the Southwest Power Group. I don't think that's helpful, personally. I would have thought you would have had the answer to my question as to what kind of what kind of use increase over the next 5 years or whatever that you could have that might have strengthened your case a little bit by showing that you really need this because we're going to have this increased growth in electric usage, but you didn't have it. I would certainly encourage you, because you know what the next step is that you'll be in front, in another week or so, you'll be in front of the county commissioners to make your case again. And I would hope that at best you take all the input you heard tonight and have some of that information available to them, because I'm sure they will ask for some of that information. I realize that your coal plant is going to go offline, in theory, at the end of 2029, and you need some stopgap there. And I understand to a certain extent why you want to do what you're doing. I think there may be better ways to approach it. I'd like from staff in the future on these, and staff knows I like this, even if it's not as relevant as you might think, I'd like to see some comparisons with other utility companies or other entities similar to them, so we can get a little better idea of how you're doing things or how you're meeting goals compared to maybe some others. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm still torn. I mean, I think everybody's torn up here, is that you're presenting, it's a roll of the dice, and we all know that what happens today may not be what's going on in a year, 2 years, 4 years from now. And that's a concern. So if you want to see where I'm at, I'm kind of leaning to denying it, and let next week let people who look at more of the politics make that final decision. But on the surface, there's a lot of holes in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Duffy.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation. I appreciate it a lot. It was very good. A lot of information there. Also want to say a very special thanks for everybody from the community who came out, who have provided letters, who spoke so eloquently. Your participation is always warranted, always needed. The vast majority of time when we have applications like this, there's not many people here. So it's good to see that the community cares. As it pertains to approval of this 1041 application, I think we as a commission, our hands are tied. And although we're looking for perfection, we can't let perfection stand in the way of a project that is desperately needed. There is one certainty in this application, and that coal-fired power plant is coming offline. It's gone. And if we don't do something about that now, these timelines move a lot faster than we think. And if we don't do something about that now, with the approval of this application, then we're going to have to make real hard decisions. On nights like tonight, what are we going to shut off? Are we going to tell the power plant that you got to shut off the hospital? Are we going to tell the power plant that you have to shut off the police station? What about the county building? We could just push off other 1041 applications for that too, and then we can extend their timelines. And I don't mean to be dramatic about it, but it really is. It really is. That's the NICU in the hospital. that we're talking about shutting off if we don't do something about this. There will be an increase in admissions. There will be an environmental impact. I don't support that, but in the long term, 2 or 3 years of increased admissions while they're testing and calibrating the system is well worth the 30 years worth of reductions that this project is going to achieve. Last but not least, as somebody who is an ardent environmentalist, this project enables us to move more rapidly towards renewables. If we do not have this project, what we will end up doing, and what I fully expect the power plant to do, is to see what they can do to keep that coal-fired power plant on, which will keep higher levels of emissions in our community. With that said, once again, everybody for showing up tonight, thank you very much. And Chair Rowe, to you, or I can make a motion if you'd like.
Sure, yeah, and I'll just kind of echo just to really appreciate you guys' presentation. I feel like you guys have probably been through the kind of the public process gauntlet, particularly with all the communities that you have to visit. And so, yeah, thank you and for staying late with us. Highly technical subject, and we certainly, I think, probably dove too deep on a few topics. From a land use perspective, I think it's an easier decision for me, and then I am supportive of it. I also will just say that kind of from a policy standpoint, yeah, I think maybe echoing some of the comments from Commissioner Duffy, I'm just convinced that this is trading a coal plant for, another alternative that has far fewer emissions and is very flexible and nimble and allows us to leverage a larger portfolio of renewables. I actually think it's a great positive that we'd be participating in kind of that larger network. I think that allows us to take advantage of all of each other's strengths. I assume to the extent that that coalition doesn't reflect our values, that there's that we would move away from that. But when you're working with other people, you kind of have to achieve consensus. And anyways, yeah, I thank you, and I'm supportive of it. So. Yeah.
I move that the Planning Commission recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve the application for a 1041 permit for the Platte River Power Authority Rawhide 1041 permit file 24-zone 3715, subject to the conditions recommended by staff.
A motion from Commissioner Duffy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Eggleston. Roll call, please.
Weiss.
No.
King.
No.
Brock.
No.
Cholet.
No.
Duffy.
Yes.
Slutsky.
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
Eggleston.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes. What was it?
I believe it passes 5-4.
5-4. Okay. Well, thank you again. We appreciate it. We've got one more item this evening, so we'll move to that quickly. The next item for this evening is the pulled consent item. It's Johnstown 1041 raw water pipeline, file number 24, zone 3722. And maybe just do a brief staff presentation if we can.
Scott Benton will be making the brief presentation.
All right, thank you everybody for your patience. This is the Johnstown Raw Water Pipeline 1041 permit, 24-zone 3722. Ms. Fiore already discussed 1041 permits. This particular one pertains to a raw water delivery system for Johnstown to transport water to their water treatment plant. It triggers the need for a 1041 because they have permanent easements 30 feet wide. This is a general context for the region where this project is. There are various owners along the pipeline alignment. The applicant is Town of Johnstown. If you start at the beginning of this project, there is a proposed pump station where there would be 4 submersible pumps in a new stone building. The pipeline itself is a 30-inch diameter pressurized raw water pipeline. In total, it's 10 miles to get water from Lone Tree Reservoir to the town's water treatment plant, but within unincorporated Larimer County, there's about 3.4 miles. There are 30-foot permanent easements and 20-foot temporary easements altogether, including the pump station disturbance. That comes to about 24.5 acres of disturbance. The existing, proposed, and adjacent land uses are all the same: rural, residential, and agricultural, and the same with the existing and adjacent zoning. RR2, that's rural residential. UR2, urban residential. Industrial light is IL, and mobile home park is MHP. There's access at several locations. I would note that this alignment kind of goes in and out of the town of Berthoud and unincorporated county in this 3.4 miles. A portion of it is very near to County Road 14, that's 42nd Street, and to the east is State Highway 60. It's in the Berthoud and Johnstown Fire Protection Districts. There's also a wet well pump at the pump station for firefighting purposes. There's a much higher, number of trips generated during construction. Once it's constructed, there won't be much activity in terms of site visits. So this is a slightly zoomed in version of the pipeline pertinent to this permit application. The pink magenta rectangle to the west on the left side of the screen is the pump station, and the solid blue line is the applicant's preferred alignment. So if we start on that western end, on the right side, that existing pump station, that's there already. And then this is a visual simulation of the proposed pump station. In the building would be some of the piping and such, but the pumps themselves are submersible. There are some above ground appurtenances that are common to buried pipelines, like manhole covers for access, vent pipes, and the like. So starting at the west, that magenta rectangle again is at the very northern tip of Lone Tree Reservoir. On these maps, the blue hatching is the permanent easement, the 30-foot permanent easement, and the red hatching is the temporary construction easement. So the pipeline starts at the pump station, goes to the south side of County Road 14, 42nd Street, and then crosses Berthoud Parkway on the left side of this particular map, and then goes down County Road 15H, and then cuts across a Campione property. It will cross the home supply ditch, which could be a open cut or a bore, depending on the ditch company's direction. It would then cross under the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad, which would be a bore, also as per the railroad's specifications. Then it crosses a lateral, and then if you continue to the east, it crosses as a bore under Highway 287, as per CDOT's specifications, and then continues east on the south side of Horizon Hills Mobile Home Park, and back up to, at this point, State Highway 60. Eventually, it crosses into Weld County and outside of the purview of this permit. This application was sent to 26 referral agencies. These are the 11 that responded. A number of comments from county departments, including engineering, which is here, and health, which is here as well. Other municipalities, and the Little Thompson Water District. These are the 15 agencies that did not reply, including Weld County, CPW, and the railroad. Although I should say it's my understanding from the applicant that they have been in communication with the railroad and they can provide more detail, and that the railroad seems amenable, but I'll let the applicant speak to that. The project was also posted on publicinput.com. Postcards were sent to neighbors and property owners within 500 feet. The applicant has done this as well. It was actually a very large mailing And in total, there were 5 written comments, mostly pertaining to potential disruptions, related to construction along County Road 14, 42nd Street, impacts to private property, and impacts to development potential on some of those properties. I do have slides of where these comments originated from, those particular parcels, if anybody would like to see those. We've gone over the 1041 permit requirements pretty extensively this evening, so I won't go into it, but I would note that there are 7 additional specific criteria for water and sewer projects. One I wanted to mention was criteria C, general requirement, or criteria C, that addresses siting and design alternatives. The applicant did provide an alternative analysis, and as some quick context, currently the town of Johnstown delivers its water to the water treatment plant through the home supply ditch and through a 16-inch water pipeline. That existing 16-inch line is the magenta purple line on this map. Then they also looked at alignment B, which is the green line. So that would be running along County Road 14, 42nd Street, State Highway 60. And then alignment C is the applicant's preferred alignment, and that's the solid blue line. And then the red line is a hybrid of A and B. They used a weighted analysis for their matrix analysis. I would note that some of the internal numbers were incorrect in your staff report. The total down below is the same as in your staff report, so the total ranking. And by the applicant's analysis, alignment C, the preferred alignment, would have the lowest impact by these several criteria: public and community input, environmental impact, construction feasibility, operations, maintenance, timeline, cost, and length. I did want to mention criteria E. It's the large one with the 8 categories. The preferred alignment does avoid crossing or directly impacting mapped wetlands, rivers, streams, or floodplains, which goes a long ways to reducing impacts to several of the 8 categories. There are also several conditions of approval that directly apply to mitigation of these potential impacts that remain. I have all of these conditions of approval later on if you'd like to see their full text. And additionally, there are other permits from municipalities, the county itself, the state and federal, that also address some of these requirements too. I did want to address criteria I, that's related to wildlife. The yellow or goldish circles are active bald eagle nests, and there's one in particular that is very near the pump station. So the applicant did submit a wildlife mitigation plan. There are some conditions of approval that address this that would require consultation with CPW and require any additional mitigation measures, which are often in these circumstances either spatial or temporal buffers, construction monitors, and the like. Criteria S has to do with mitigating any construction impacts to county roads, bridges, and facilities. There is an existing intergovernmental agreement with Johnstown and the county that is related to an existing project that's happening right now. It's a bridge replacement where County Road 14 crosses the home supply ditch. There's a placeholder, if you will, for this pipeline that would prevent construction having to happen again in that same location in the future should this project be approved. There's also several conditions, mostly from engineering, that address this criterion as well. There's also the additional water and sewer specific review criteria. A lot of these have to do with preventing duplicative services and making sure that these proposed projects align with planning and population growth, and making sure that it meets a need. And I did want to mention Johnstown has done a project to improve their water treatment plant, and the existing delivery system, that 16-inch pipeline and the ditch, limits the amount of water that can be delivered to the water treatment plant. So this new pipeline at 30 inches could provide more water to that if it's needed. It wouldn't always have to operate at maximum output, if you will. Also, as I understand it, the applicant was trying to pursue some redundancy in case there's any kind of problem with a home supply ditch or the existing 16-inch line, which was built in the mid-90s and is nearing the end of its service life. They wanted to have another newer, more reliable source and still have a redundancy to be able to deliver water in case of emergency. There are also some water quality benefits for having a newer pipe and not delivering water through an open ditch, which can lower water quality. Like I mentioned, I have all the conditions. There are 45 in total proposed. And I can pull up any of them if you would like to see, but there are 10 general permit or conditions, specifically with CPW consultation and wildlife buffering, county inspections and approvals, and should an alignment deviation need to happen, it establishes a process for that. The county health department had 6 conditions. Engineering had 20. There are 6 construction permitting requirements. These are ones that require all those additional permits from municipal or county or state and federal, as well as whatever necessary private easements, a development construction permit and development agreement. And in post-construction, there are 3, largely with reclamation and revegetation. During staff's review, we have found that they have met the Article 4, the general review criteria, and the additional water and sewer specific criteria. There is a technical review that would follow. And with that technical review, the proposed conditions and the additional permits, the development services team recommends approval of this project.
Great. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Mr. Brenton. The applicant is here. Sorry to keep you guys late. Do you have a presentation?
We do, if you guys would like us to give to you.
Ultimately, it will be up to the applicant to decide whether you want to give it. You have the right to present.
That's right, guys. We got to be fair.
Good evening. I will see if I can plug in here. Oh, do you have it up? Oh, cool. So it's already up there. Yeah, I saw them plug in earlier. I wasn't sure if we were able to share it or not. I'll just pull it on mine so I can see it. So, good evening. Thank you all for being here. Obviously a late night, so hopefully I don't bore you too much. So, we're talking water. Previous topic seemed a lot more technical. It seemed a lot to it. So,
and we got you on the clock for 10 minutes. I'm sure you can do better than that.
I'll speed through it. So, so here tonight, I'm Doug Gossett. I'm the engineering director for the town, and we have some staff with us as well, including Jack, who's on our with Civil Resources, who designed the project, so they could answer some of those technical questions if you guys have any of them. I'm sure you guys know where Johnstown is, based on the maps that were shown earlier. So Johnstown is a municipality of approximately 20,000 residents, and we have about 500 businesses. We're split between 2 jurisdictions, so we're in part Larimer County and part Weld County, and we provide our own water treatment for our residents and our customers. So we serve those tenants with our own water treatment plant. So we have an enterprise fund that treats the water. As we've been seeing growth, I'm sure in northern Colorado, you guys have seen all the growth that's happening. We're experiencing growth north of 5% in many years. And we project that growth is going to continue. And as that growth continues, the need for increasing our infrastructure arises. So currently, like I said, we're around that 5% estimate, which is quickly ramping up our need for additional water supply. We get most of our water, I guess all of our water, through Lone Tree Reservoir, the Consolidated Home Supply Ditch and Reservoir Company. And it is either delivered through and I'll show you guys a map of it, of how the water works, but it's either delivered through a pipeline, which we have existing, or it's delivered to the ditch and into Johnstown. And then as was already mentioned, we're currently expanding our water treatment plant. We're expanding it from 6 million gallons a day up to 12 million gallons a day. And then the ultimate projection for that plant in the future, probably the 10, 15-year horizon, would be to expand that plant out to its ultimate capacity of 21 million gallons per day. Attached in here is a map of the home supply ditch. It's kind of hard to see, I realize now with the screen, you guys may not be able to see that. But up on the upper left is the Big Thompson River, just west of Loveland. The home supply ditch takes water down to Lone Tree Reservoir. And then there's red lines that you can kind of see going towards Johnstown. That's the home supply ditch. So that is the ditch where we get water. And then right off Highway 60, we have a diversion structure that feeds Johnstown Reservoir, and it can provide water to the town. That is only available during irrigation season. So during shoulder months when there's no irrigation, the sole way for us to get water is the pipeline that comes from the reservoir to the town. This is the town of Johnstown's future land use plan. So I kind of outlined in red, which I realized probably wasn't a great color for this presentation. But the red area is the boundary, which is in Larimer County, and the rest is in Weld County. And so all the businesses up at 2534 and everybody within that boundary is planned to be served by this line. Basic project information is, as was mentioned, it's a 10-mile buried 30-inch water pipeline that goes from Lone Tree Reservoir to Johnstown. Approximately 3.4 miles of that is in Larimer County, and then it will serve that ultimate capacity of 21 million gallons per day. We're sizing it that, even though we have the ditch as an option, we always try to plan for, worst case scenarios. What happens if a tanker truck, spills into the ditch and we can't use the ditch for a certain period of time. We want to make sure we can provide that full capacity even in the event of the ditch being offline. Timeline for construction, once we get through these kind of permitting processes, we have to work with a lot of different jurisdictions. We have the railroad, CDOT, ditch companies, multiple different lateral owners that we have to coordinate with, and easements. So with that, as we get through that kind of permitting process and make sure our designs get finalized, we take everybody's input in, we'll get final design plans. Our estimates are really that 2025 to 2028 is our construction duration. That's our window of when we think we'll be able to build this pipeline. I think it's important to note we're not going to be in any one location for that time. It's going to be a progressive approach when we build this pipeline from Lone Tree to Johnstown. That's the whole duration, not just the Larimer County portion, but the whole duration of the project. And the pump station, we're estimating will take about a year for construction, and we're estimating that would happen in 25 to 26. Mentioned the jurisdictions. As I'd already kind of alluded to, with growth comes the need to plan for that future expansion. We want to make sure that this is the last pipeline that we build from Lone Tree to Johnstown. We don't want to be building another line in 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So that's why we're sizing with that a little bit extra capacity, is to ensure that this is the last pipeline that gets built from the reservoir to there. Obviously there's lots of different factors that can happen, but that's our goal and our hope. I mentioned that we have other methods for delivering water through the ditch, but obviously that's only available during peak season. And then I guess the last little point here is that the existing pipeline has kind of been honed in. There's been some developments that have occurred on top of the line and adjacent to the pipeline that really made that route, that existing alignment, less desirable. One of those changes was when they rerouted 287. They rerouted and it kind of goes down into a valley if you're familiar with driving that. And so on both sides where our pipeline is, it's like 30 feet down into the depression. And then if we have to get 20 feet below that, the bores are almost impossible to make in that existing location just based on how they rerouted our pipeline. And then as you guys seen earlier, this is just the same exhibit you guys saw earlier in regards to our proposed or our preferred alignment. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jack to give you guys a few pointers on the actual pipeline design and the alternative analysis that we did.
Good evening. Like Doug said, I'm Jack Marvel with Civil Resources, part of the design team. So part of the 1041 process, a lot to do with the alignment selection and the alternative analysis. Community input, public impacts were big parts of, deciding this preferred alignment. Environment impacts, construction feasibility. There's a lot of utilities throughout this corridor. We tried to avoid the wetlands and the the floodplains, obviously traffic, building a pipeline. There's going to be noise impacts during construction. Pipeline length and hydraulic analysis are kind of, some important keys. But so, next slide, please. So the alternative analysis, like Scott had mentioned, we looked at a variety of different alternatives. We met with property owners. We just were trying to be the least impactful to the community and the neighbors. And up on Highway 60, CDOT was very supportive of us paralleling that line. So we really tried to kind of get to that point there. As you can see, a lot of those alternatives kind of ended up at Highway 60 and 287. Next slide, please. So the community impact, there really is no long-term impact associated with this. Pipeline is a buried underground facility, and the pump station doesn't obstruct any landscape views and would be blocked by proposed landscaping berm and trees per the golf course owner's request and other, community members within that neighborhood asking for that screening. The temporary traffic and roadway service impact during construction, and then the temporary noise from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is in the land use code. We did have a community outreach meeting on June 11th, where I think I sent out 780, notices that we were having this meeting, and we had a great turnout, and we talked to all the neighbors, and we actually, our preferred alignment at that time was that north route, that paralleled 42nd Street, and we got a lot of pushback from neighbors, and so we listened to them, and we changed our route to, come further south and meet with those property owners to see what they thought about that. And so next slide, please. So just another kind of visual of the timeline: permitting, land acquisition, design, and then construction. During construction, there should be, depending on the day, about 5 to 15 full-time employees. Post-construction, 1 to 2 employees per week at the pump station is what Johnstown anticipates and what they kind of experience with their existing pump station. The environmental impacts, wetlands, there was no impacts. There was no flood hazards. There is some wildlife impacts, and during construction, we will follow the proper guidelines through the CPW. And then there will be a permanent perimeter fence around the pump station. The light pollution, there isn't anticipated any with the pipeline, but with the pump station, there will be, or there's potential for external lighting on the building just for security reasons. Noise pollution, the pumps are below grade and submerged, so that should deteriorate a lot of the noise that you see with the above ground vertical turbine pumps that can be loud and noisy. And then the stormwater management during construction, the contractor is responsible for following all the federal, state, and local municipality codes. Running out of time here. So here's the existing pump station and a view of Lone Tree Reservoir. And this is one more slide. So this is a simulation of what the proposed pump station will look like in comparison to the existing, and then that is excluding the landscape berm that will be in front of that will be shielding the neighbors just to the east.
Thanks. Is that your last slide?
I think I had one or two.
One or two more.
That's just the site plan of the pump station that I wanted to show in relation to, that's the elevation view of the building and kind of what it's going to look like from the outside. So.
And I don't know would you mind going back to the building that showed the rendering? Yeah. I think one of the public comments was regarding screening to the west. If you go back maybe one more to the actual rendering, you can see that there's already pretty significant landscaping to the west, or we're going to be underneath that tree but hiding from that tree canopy. So I wasn't sure if whoever made the public comment, if they just weren't quite sure where this was located. But there's quite a bit of screening on that western bank of the corridor. So But with that, we just want to thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys hearing us, and more than happy to answer any questions you guys have for us.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks again for staying late. Yeah, questions for the applicant?
I'll have both. I have one primary for staff.
Well, let's just do some questions.
All right, let me ask
Commissioner
the one
Weiss,
staff, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
So question for staff. We're in 2 counties, and it was unclear. Is this permit application for only the portion that is in Larimer County or for the entire project?
It's only for unincorporated Larimer County.
So what happens in the Weld County part?
That would be Weld County's jurisdiction.
Is Weld County doing something similar to what we're doing today?
I am unclear.
Oh, so maybe the applicant later can answer that, but can we pull up a map then? Because all these maps, so I'm not really sure where where Larimer County part starts and ends and where Weld County is.
And if I can just add a little bit of context, each jurisdiction gets to decide if they would like to have 1041 regulations and then designate which specific activities, such as pipelines or electrical transmission lines, or what type of activities they wish to regulate. So Weld County could determine if this qualified for a project based on their own jurisdiction within their own rights.
So really quick then, does the railroad crossing underneath the railroad, whose county is that in?
Larimer.
Okay, so I'll ask the applicant a question on the railroad. And then we got a letter from an individual saying they're not going to give you an easement, and I don't know where they live, but assuming they live in Larimer County, and have you seen this letter? There you go. Anyway, the question is Johnstown prepared to, if they're not going to give you an easement, to come up with a different plan? You can answer that now if you want.
Yeah, so there's some flexibility in I think your approvals, within 100 feet of the pipeline. We plan to work with every property owner the best we possibly can. That's been our approach. We've sent out, notifications, letters. What we found is that once we sit down in a room and we really, hear their concerns, that generally we're able to address their concerns and find a path forward. I think part of that is you can see there's not a whole lot of people here. When our first meeting had, I think, close to 40 people in objection. So as we've been able to meet with people, we've been able to find a reasonable path forward. So I don't see that being a different story here, but yeah, we will look at the alignment, we'll hear their concerns, and we will evaluate how to either address those concerns or how to move forward. So
okay, I'll stop now and go, but then I'll come back with my last question. Go ahead.
I'm good.
You're good now?
Sure, show.
Anybody else? All right. So let's talk about the railroad then, since the staff wasn't able to answer my question definitively. Does Johnstown have a commitment letter from the railroad saying you can bore underneath our railroad? Yes or no?
A commitment letter? I don't have a commitment letter from them, but we are coordinating with the railroad.
But that would be a technical review as to how we do it, but you still don't have a commitment to say we're going to even let you do it, right?
I'd say that's probably a fair point that we don't have a commitment, but I don't foresee any challenges with getting approval from the railroad. They've been willing to work with us, and we've been able to submit to them. So at this point in time, they haven't given us any indication that they won't work with us in this area.
To staff, then, is that failure to have a commitment that allows the project to even go forth? Is that a red flag or not?
Oh, yes, it would be. We do have some conditions that require all permits and easements as needed that are required for that project to happen. So we do have some recourse in the staff report in those conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Which would come much later, I guess, right? I mean,
And I don't know if it counts for much, but I've probably done in the last 3 years probably 10 railroad crossings and never had an issue with being able to get them to approve one of our crossings.
Railroads are notoriously easy to work with.
It takes time, but they usually in the end will work with you as long as you pay their fees.
For sure. Any other questions?
I have a question of a different subject. The irrigation ditches are oftentimes part of groundwater recharge. By not running water through the ditch and into a pipeline, is there any augmentation required?
I don't believe there's any augmentation required that I'm aware of, but I don't think our plan is to not run water through the ditch. It serves Johnstown Reservoir, so our reservoir in town, one of our larger amenities and parks that we have for the community, is served almost at the tail end of this ditch. So I think there's probably about maybe 2 miles, don't quote me on that, before the ditch terminates, where we have our takeoff. So as far as I'm aware, I don't think we would ever want to take that amenity away from our citizens of being able to have water in our reservoir.
Thanks. And also, just to point out, the letter that we received is a potential commercial property at a prominent intersection of Berthoud Parkway and County Road 14. Which I do think, I was kind of curious if the town of Berthoud submitted any comments on the pipeline based on this being a kind of a future development area for the region?
No. That the property in question is in the top left corner there, and it's actually in the town of Berthoud, and they did not provide any comments.
Thanks. I don't know if it's fair or not. I believe the property owner is actually here. He's been sitting with us. We have a relationship with them. They develop in Johnstown as well, so we do plan on working and coordinating with them. So on that, they aren't a property owner that we have met with specifically yet in terms of looking at their concerns on the alignment.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you. We appreciate your presentation, and we'll move on to the public comment and public portion here. Thank you. So with that, we'll now open the public hearing and take public comment. Is there anyone in the room or online that wants to make a public comment? We see a single individual here.
Good evening, Commissioners. Morgan Kidder with, I believe, Heron Point Commercial LLC. I work for Journey Homes. We have multitudes of different LLCs. So we do own that lot. We do work with the town of Johnstown on multiple developments within their property. We've just not had a lot of conversations back and forth with them. So that's why our posture in this letter is that we would not provide them with an easement. I've had discussion with Matt LaSurf, the town manager who is here this evening, as well as Doug Gossett this evening. I'm certain that we'll be able to come to some sort of resolution on that issue. But as it is right now, we do have an objection prior to those conversations being had.
Got it. Playing a little poker. All right. Any individuals online?
There are no individuals online.
Okay. Well, that will close the public hearing. And let's see here. Yeah, any further questions from commissioners? Otherwise, we can entertain a motion.
Go ahead.
Or deliberations.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve the Johnson Raw Water Pipeline 1041, file number 24, zone 3722, subject to the conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Barak.
Yes.
Sholay.
Yes.
Slutsky.
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
Weiss.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Eggleston.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
And Duffy.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thanks again. Yeah, we appreciate you coming, and again, sorry to keep you late. So, are there any staff reports?
So just a quick update. We have our regularly scheduled meeting next Wednesday. You should be getting a packet for that bright and early tomorrow. We are using a new tool, Public Input, to gather public comment. I won't belabor this, but if you have any feedback on the new reports that you're getting, please share that with us. We haven't rolled that tool out. We just kind of cobbled it together for these 4 1041 permit cases, but we will be rolling it out for future cases, so we'd love your feedback. And thank you.
Okay, thanks. And a light agenda for that next meeting? Just kidding.
Only 2 cases. Only 2.
Does that mean we'll have the comments kind of filter in all day and we won't end up with like the extra comments. Not that I don't like these. I'm just wondering if you can just kind of like
I think we're working towards a deadline, but no, we will still provide late coming comments to you.
And they just won't be online. It won't just be referenceable. It'll be paper.
Potentially.
The situation with this comment that came in late was kind of a weird one that just got sent out late, but we don't really have the ability to cut off public comments so they could come right before the hearing, but we're trying to streamline it, working with the public for you all.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.